grateful to the honourable lady for her point of order, but I fear that she invests me with powers which I don't possess. Every member of the House is responsible for the veracity or otherwise of what he or she says. If any member feels that he or she has made an incorrect statement in the House, it is open to that member to correct it, and it should indeed be corrected. But where there are matters of debate and argument, I do not think it's appropriate for me to intrude. Suffice it to say that I think that the honourable lady has found her salvation and no doubt done what she thinks is right by the fine employees of the library by raising this point of order, which is now on the record and which, I trust, will be seen by the very library staff whom, if I may say so without excessive pun, she has just championed.
It's like open mic.
Yes. Point of order, Mr. Mike Weir.
Move that the House do sit in private.
The question is that the House do sit in private. As many as are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no. Oh, I think the noes have it. The noes have it. Order. The clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Preventing and combating violence against women and domestic violence. Ratification of Convention Bill. Second reading.
Dr. Ailey Whiteford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move that the Preventing and Combating Violence Against Women and Domestic Violence Ratification of Convention Bill be now read a second time. Mr. Speaker, the UK signed the Council of Europe Convention on Preventing and Combating Violence Against Women and Domestic Violence back in June 2012, but has yet to ratify it. The Istanbul Convention, as it's better known, is a unique, groundbreaking international legal instrument that enshrines in law the basic human right of women and girls to live lives free of violence and the fear of violence. And crucially, it provides a comprehensive set of mechanisms to achieve those aims. The provisions of the Convention aim to prevent violence against women, protect the victims and survivors of abuse, prosecute perpetrators and hold them to account for their actions, and it also commits governments to providing not only properly resourced support services through a strategic policy framework, it commits governments to robust monitoring, data collection and public scrutiny. It's a formidable package of measures which Scottish Women's Aid has described as, quite simply, the best piece of international policy and practice for eliminating violence against women that exists, setting minimum standards for government responses to victims and survivors of gender-based violence. It is a blueprint for how we move from small change at the margins to a system that is designed to end domestic violence and abuse against women. And, Mr. Speaker, we badly need a step change in efforts to eliminate violence against women. 2 women are killed by their partner or their ex every week in England and Wales alone. In the last year, according to the Crime Survey for England and Wales, 1.2 million women were victims of domestic violence. In Scotland last year, over 58,000 incidents of domestic violence were reported to police, and across the UK as a whole, police recorded over 87,500 rapes and over 400,000 sexual assaults. Given that many, possibly most, incidents of sexual assault and rape go unreported, we mustn't underestimate the scale of the challenge we face. We're living in an environment where gender-based violence is so pervasive and normalised that we hardly even notice how much we put up with. Last week here in Parliament, we heard harrowing accounts from the honourable members for Edinburgh West, for Eastleigh and for Batley and Spen, who so courageously spoke out about their own dreadful experiences. But 1 in 3 women experiences domestic abuse or sexual violence in her lifetime. 1 in 3, and that's recognised to probably be a conservative estimate. But even those who avoid personal attack are living in a world saturated with images of glorified sexual violence, with a toxic public discourse where boasting of sexual assault is reframed as locker room talk, where women who are raped or assaulted are frequently shamed or blamed, where lives are blighted and in some cases irreparably harmed. It affects all of us. It restricts where we go, what we wear, what we dare to say out loud. In my view, we need to name violence against women for what it is, the most pervasive and systemic human rights abuse in the world today, affecting women in every street, in every village, every town and every city in every country around the world. We need to understand that violence against women is grounded in gender inequality and that it also compounds gender inequality. Those of us who are committed to pushing the issue up the political agenda have our work cut out for us. And we should also acknowledge that although domestic abuse and sexual violence primarily affect women, they also affect men, non-binary people, and especially children, girls and boys. We also need to understand that violence against women is neither natural nor inevitable. We can prevent it, we can challenge it, we can hold the perpetrators to account. Those of us who have the privilege of shaping and influencing legislation need to acknowledge our responsibility to put our shoulders to the wheel and make the elimination of gender-based violence a political priority. I will give way to the honourable gentleman.
I'm grateful to the honourable lady, and I congratulate her on the bill, which I support. She's just mentioned children. Of course, is she aware that extraordinarily something like a third of domestic violence against women starts during pregnancy, and something like more than 3/4 of cases involving children being safeguarded or taken into care? Domestic violence is the single biggest element. It is a huge challenge for our society.
Grateful to the honourable gentleman for his point. I think many people are very shocked when they hear those statistics for the first time, that so much domestic abuse begins when women are probably at their most vulnerable during pregnancy, when they're in a position where they're bringing new life into the world and yet don't have the protection they should expect from the fathers often of their children. He makes a very important point, and I'm grateful for his support for the bill today. Mr. Speaker, I want to take a bit of time this morning to set out why the Istanbul Convention is so important, why it offers such a powerful vehicle for tackling gender-based violence, and why the UK needs to prioritise its ratification. The treaty has global, national and local dimensions, and in a globalising world it recognises that gender-based violence often crosses state borders. States that ratify the Istanbul Convention commit to promoting and protecting the right of all their citizens to live free from violence in the public and private sphere. They commit to working to end discrimination and promote equality between women and men, and they commit to working within a coordinated, strategic, accountable and adequately resourced framework of policy and practice. The Convention is broad in scope. It covers aspects of criminal law, civil law, migration law. It sets out minimum standards for the protection of survivors, for access to services, and requires signatories to work to prevent violence and bring about attitudinal change. The Convention explicitly addresses many of the most common manifestations of violence against women: physical and psychological abuse, stalking, sexual violence including rape, forced marriage, female genital mutilation, so-called honour crimes. This is not an exhaustive list, but it also recognises the differentiated risks facing women depending on their circumstances. Although we know that women from all backgrounds are affected by these types of violence, all income groups, all ages, all ethnicities, all cultures, all religions, all political persuasions, we also know that poorer women are more exposed to risk. We know, for example, that disabled women are more likely to experience abuse than able-bodied women. We know that refugees and asylum seekers are especially vulnerable. In this respect, we see gender inequality cutting across and compounding other forms of disadvantage, and the Convention addresses these and other forms of discrimination in its articles. Several weeks ago, I had a conversation with Dr. Lisa Gormley of the London School of Economics, one of the UK's leading experts on the Istanbul Convention. She surprised me by emphasising that the key bit of the Convention is Articles 7 to 11, because at first glance, when you turn to them, well, let me just read out some of the headings: comprehensive and coordinated policies, financial resources, non-governmental organisations and civil society, coordinating body, data collection and research. It's pretty dry stuff, you might say quite technocratic, but this really is the engine that's going to drive the machine. It's these provisions that will turn a good critical analysis of violence against women and a collection of useful case studies of policy initiatives into a strategic and dynamic vehicle for real and ongoing change. It's these provisions that will allow us to learn from others' experience of what works, They'll force us to think more strategically about how we provide support to women across different levels of government, local, national and international. Crucially, it's these provisions that will improve protection of funding for women's refuges and helpline services at a time when austerity cuts to local government budgets and voluntary sector funding are placing these lifeline services in jeopardy. Of course, I'll give way to the Honourable
Lady for giving way, and I obviously support her. When she mentions local government there, particularly women's refuge shelters are now under the hammer. They're being forced to close down in many cases.
The Honourable Gentleman absolutely makes a vital point, but I think one of the reasons why it's important that we do ratify the Istanbul Convention is because it gives protection to these services in law for the first time in a coordinated way, so that you're not going to have one local authority cutting services while another maintains it. It also, I think, forces governments across the piece to work with each other and to think strategically about how they go about providing services in not just a piecemeal way but in a coordinated way. And that, I think, is one of the most important things in the longer term that this convention will do. And it will also make government at every level think twice before it pulls the funding from the voluntary organisation that's delivering the lifeline services to women who are living with domestic violence or are trying to flee from it. Mr. Speaker, we're already seeing the impact of the Istanbul Convention. The UK Government and many non-governmental actors from civil society were actively involved in the development of the Convention and the negotiations surrounding it. And I think it's evident that the Istanbul Convention process has already been a powerful impetus to modernising domestic legislation in a number of relevant areas. I do think it's important to acknowledge the steps the Government's taken in recent years to pave the way for ratification, most notably with new legislation on forced marriage, modern slavery, stalking, female genital mutilation, so-called revenge porn, and controlling and coercive behaviour, all of which prepare the UK for compliance. We've seen similar legislative progress in Scotland, most crucially the Equally Safe strategy and the forthcoming domestic violence legislation currently out for consultation. In this respect, I think the Istanbul Convention is already driving change. But, Mr. Speaker, we need to finish the job. Having signed the Istanbul Convention in June 2012, the UK has still to ratify the treaty. I will give way to the Honourable Lady.
I thank the Honourable Member for giving way, and I thank her for her private member's bill, which is doing a very important job this morning in this House. I wrote to the Government in January this year about the ratification of the Istanbul Convention, and the reply that I received in February said, "We will seek to legislate when the approach is agreed and parliamentary time allows." Would she agree with me that that does not show nearly the right approach to the urgency of this issue?
I agree entirely with the Honourable Lady that this is an extremely urgent issue. I don't think anyone can use the excuse of parliamentary time anymore. I mean, given the way that business has been collapsing early in recent weeks, I think there's plenty of parliamentary time. What we need is political will. And I hope that my bill will be a step along that road to give us the opportunity to examine this in more detail and to push the government to follow up actions, words with actions in that regard. The government has consistently said that it wants to ratify the convention and that it intends to ratify the convention, but we have reached a hiatus. The process has stalled and the Istanbul Convention has now been languishing on the back burner for over 4.5 years. That's far more than Council of Europe conventions usually take to ratify. The bill before the House today is an attempt to shift that logjam and give the government the impetus it needs to take the final steps needed to bring the UK into compliance. I will give way.
So for giving way, and I too congratulate her on her bill. It's a vitally important matter. Could she say what she thinks it is that's actually holding the government back from taking these steps actually to ratify?
Well, I do have some theories about that, and I hope to come on to those in due course. But, you know, at the end of the day, it's political will that holds these things back. And I think the fact that so many people are here on the Friday before Christmas shows that many people recognise that this is an absolutely crucial issue. As members will see from the bill before us today, it's quite a short and straightforward bill that would require the government to bring forward a clear timetable for ratification within 4 weeks of the bill achieving royal assent. It would also place a requirement on the Home Secretary to come to Parliament on an annual basis and report on our compliance with the Istanbul Convention. This would afford members across the House better opportunity to scrutinise the government's record and plans on tackling violence against women. Ratification of this treaty needs to be very much more than a tick-box exercise. It's a challenge for all of us as legislators and policymakers to make sure it's working in practice to improve women's lives. Strengthening parliamentary accountability in this way would also improve our compliance with Article 70 of the Istanbul Convention. Mr Speaker, I want to turn to those areas where the UK is not yet fully compliant with the Istanbul Convention. The main sticking point appears to be Article 44 of the Convention, which makes provision for countries to establish jurisdiction over an offence committed by one of their nationals out with their territory. I'm told by learned friends that extraterritorial jurisdiction can be a tricky legal area, and parliamentary clerks and civil servants visibly blanch when you say those magic words. But the UK already exercises extraterritorial jurisdiction in relation to dozens of serious offences in a wide range of areas, including in several relevant to the Istanbul Convention, such as forced marriage, trafficking, female genital mutilation and sexual offences against children. However, there are still a number of offences, including rape, sexual assault and domestic abuse, where it doesn't yet apply, and where compliance would require changes to domestic law. Moreover, some of these offences relate to areas of devolved responsibility in Scotland and Northern Ireland, so UK ministers would also need to work with ministers in Holyrood and Stormont to secure the necessary legislative changes in the Scottish Parliament and Northern Irish Assembly, or agree legislative consent motions. I'm pleased to say that the Scottish Government has signalled its willingness to push this forward, and I've been heartened by the support for the Istanbul Convention and my bill from Northern Irish MPs across the political spectrum. I want us to be clear about the difference that ratification of this convention would make and why it matters. A few weeks ago, the Honourable Member for Calder Valley raised at PMQs the case of a constituent of his who, it's alleged, was raped by another British national outside the UK. If we'd already ratified the Istanbul Convention and integrated the provisions set out in Article 44 into domestic legislation, the authorities here could have investigated and prosecuted that crime and crimes like it. Another example, the women's organisation the Southall Black Sisters have been working tirelessly to highlight the circumstances surrounding the death of Sita Kaur, a UK citizen whose family believe was the victim of a so-called honour killing in India. The UK already has extraterritorial jurisdiction over the crime of murder, but the contested circumstances of Sita's death have made it difficult for her family to get the police here involved, even though they claim there's evidence that a serious crime was planned in the UK. Again, ratification of the Istanbul Convention would strengthen the law to provide unambiguous protection for those at risk of honour-based violence. The Istanbul Convention would also offer significantly enhanced protection to women who spend time working overseas, those who work for airlines or on cruise ships. Many women travel abroad in the course of their professional lives, but if, for example, a colleague sexually assaults or rapes you in a country where the law is weak, you may have little or no redress. Workplace harassment policies are not designed to deal with criminal violence, nor should they be. We need to give our police and our courts the authority to hold UK nationals and habitual residents accountable for their behaviour abroad that would constitute a serious crime at home. We already exercise these powers in relation to child sexual offences, but not for sexual offences against adult women. We exercise extraterritorial jurisdiction in relation to terrorist offences, but not for those who are terrorised behind closed doors. It's important that we send a strong signal that crimes like rape, sexual assault and domestic abuse committed by UK nationals will be taken seriously wherever they occur in the world. The key point is that the very existence of extraterritorial jurisdiction, the possibility of sanction, will act as a powerful deterrent and help end the impunity with which some of the most violent perpetrators evade justice. These people should have nowhere to hide. The Government needs to take the Istanbul Convention out of the bottom drawer, where it's been filed for far too long in a pile marked too complicated, too difficult, too low a priority. And we need to work together across this House, across government departments and across the devolved administrations to move things forward. I will give way.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way, and I warmly congratulate her on bringing forward this bill. Does she agree it's important that the ratification goes through so that the UK is showing global leadership on this issue? We heard in Westminster Hall recently in South Sudan, the capital city Juba, over 70% of the female population have been subject to sexual assault. It's used as a weapon of war. That is completely unacceptable, and it is vitally important that the UK shows global leadership by ratifying the Convention.
I think the honourable gentleman's point is very well made, and the shocking statistics that come from that part of the world, I think, remind us just how serious this issue is at a global level. But I think his substantial point, the one about leadership, is also right. Because if parliaments like this one, where the rule of law is well established, where our legislative processes are robust, finds this too difficult to do, how on earth can we ask other countries where they don't have the same traditions of governance to be following our example? I think we do need to set up and show some leadership at a global level. Of course I will.
Is it not also, as with other private members' bills that we've discussed in this place, it's also the message that we send out? This has languished for 4.5 years, which sends out the message that women and violence against them isn't important, and then we wonder why women don't report attacks or intimidation in their own home.
Hear, hear.
My honourable friend makes another very good point. We know that these crimes are terribly underreported. Some of the organisations that work with victims and survivors estimate that as many as 90% of the women who use their services haven't actually reported the crimes to the police. So yes, we need to let people know that it's okay to speak up. And it's safe to do it, and there will be support available. And until we do that, I don't think we will see people coming forward in the kinds of numbers that we know the problem demands. I will give way to the honourable gentleman.
You don't have to go as far away as Sudan to see examples of countries which have not and do not intend to ratify this convention. One needs to look, for example, at Germany. On New Year's Eve last year, there was the most appalling violence against women, but Germany has not even signed, let alone ratified, this convention.
I'm really very surprised at the honourable gentleman thinking we should be following the example of Germany in this issue. Anyway, I'll leave that irony aside. Mr. Speaker, before I conclude, I'd like to thank very sincerely honourable members from all parties who've made the effort to be here today, giving up the last constituency Friday before Christmas, and in some cases rearranging long-standing diary commitments, as well as SNP MPs, Labour, Tory, Lib Dem, Plaid Cymru, SDLP, DUP, Green and Independent MPs have signalled their support. And I want in particular to thank the honourable members for Birmingham, Yardley, Rotherham and Basingstoke for their advice and help, and ministers who have been willing to meet with me for discussions ahead of the bill. I'm hopeful that a united voice from Parliament today can bring ratification significantly closer. I also want to acknowledge a number of women on whose expertise on the Istanbul Convention I've relied in bringing forward the bill. I've been lucky to have a formidably erudite team of advisers from all parts of the UK, and in no particular order I'd like to thank Lisa Gormley, Marcia Scott, Hilary Fisher, Gemma Lindfield, Chris McCarley, Maria Bjarnadottir, Emma Rich, Evelyn Fraser, Liz Law and Jackie Jones for all their assistance and invaluable insights. I also want to thank my brilliant assistant Nathan Sparling, who in his own words has been amazing. I also want to pay special tribute to the women behind the I See Change campaign because of their relentless determination to get the Istanbul Convention on the statute book. They have been truly inspiring. Robin Boozy, Rebecca Bunce and Rachel Nye run the I See Change campaign in their spare time on an entirely voluntary basis, coordinating with professional and non-professional women's organisations and campaign groups all over the UK. They've been doing an incredible job, and I know that they won't give up until they've achieved their goal. But, Mr. Speaker, ratification of the Istanbul Convention is not an end in itself. We need to see it as a platform for ongoing progress. Often the critics of international multilateral processes will point out that a treaty is just a piece of paper, that setting out rights and duties in international law doesn't necessarily give them effect. And of course, sometimes that is demonstrably true, but we mustn't let that happen here, because although the Istanbul Convention is a solid foundation, a secure base camp, we still have a mountain to climb. We need to remember the scale of the problem and the magnitude of the task. We need to use this convention to measure progress and bank the gains. And we need to use its robust monitoring, data collection and reporting mechanisms to drive sustained reductions in violence over the medium and longer term. The dynamic nature of the key articles of the Istanbul Convention will be crucial to developing the policies and services that will deliver progress and deliver the changes in attitudes and behaviour that will end the scourge of gender-based violence. Lastly, I also believe that the ratification of the Istanbul Convention is important because of its symbolism and the message it sends to women everywhere about our dignity, our right to equality and our right to live lives free of sexual and domestic violence. The powerful symbolism of the Convention matters because it reinforces the confidence of women in ourselves and in the moral force of our long struggle for equality. I believe very passionately that we can end violence against women. No one's saying it's easy or that it's going to happen overnight. But ratification of the Istanbul Convention takes us a big step closer. And I ask members to support my bill today.
Order. The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Dr Tania Mathias.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. May I congratulate the member from Banff and Buchan on securing this very important debate, and you have my absolute and full support. This Istanbul Convention is historic. As the member has said, it's the first international treaty that defines violence against women, a legal definition, so a violation of human rights and a form of discrimination against women. I believe this is absolutely the right time for this government to ratify the Convention. It is overdue, but this is a historic time. Our Prime Minister is a woman, and our Home Secretary is a woman, and we have a woman bringing in this bill. This would be a good time for us to bring this forward. I also do applaud the government that government 4 years ago did sign up to this convention. Member for Truro and Falmouth did say this month that our government is complying, she said, with every single aspect of the convention. And I do applaud that this government does have extraterritorial jurisdiction over female genital mutilation and forced marriage, things about which I've spoken previously. But why ratifying this convention is important for my constituents is so that the government is aligned with what is going on at the ground level in all our constituencies, I'm sure. In my constituency of Twickenham, there is amazing work being done, but it was only as a local councillor and now as a member of Parliament in my area that I realised how appalling the challenge is. As the member for East Worthing and Shoreham said, it is a huge challenge for our society. It is actually a huge challenge for Twickenham. On average, the police are called out in my borough 2 to 3 times every night for domestic violence. And indeed, a few months back, when I spent a Saturday night, Sunday morning shift with the police, I was horrified, even though I knew the statistics, because that afternoon I'd been knocking on doors down one of our prettiest streets in Twickenham. I'd spoken to many people that Saturday, and yet that night, in the early hours of Sunday morning, I was in the police van because there had been a serious incident of domestic violence. And I didn't know, had I spoken that afternoon to the victim, had I spoken that afternoon to somebody who committed violence, because there was absolutely no way I would have known that in that afternoon. And what I realise, it's almost every street we knock on doors as MPs. Every street we may be meeting somebody who's either a victim or a perpetrator of that crime. In a moment, thank you. I also had a meeting in my constituency with police, with charities, with GLA, to talk about the situation in our area and what we can do. And it was chilling to hear from one of the police officers when he said, for my borough, we are more unsafe in our own homes than we are on the streets. I will give way.
I thank the Honourable Lady for giving way. And while it is totally recognised that women from poorer backgrounds, we will see more of these cases captured in the data, is it not the case that within the circles of society that are better off and more middle class, there's actually a greater pressure on women to not report. And working as a doctor, I met many patients, many women, beaten below the neck so that it would not show, and yet covered in bruises, and still coming out with it's my fault, I shouldn't have done this, I shouldn't have done that. So we mustn't be misled by the data to think this is not an issue among the better off.
I think we'll find, the data will show, it's in every country and every street, in every household. My concern for London is that in my area we are not aware of it going on in the homes because we're not hearing what's going on in our neighbours' homes as much. What I find in Twickenham, the Good Samaritans are everywhere. If there's been an incident, and thankfully a very rare incident, of violence on the street, immediately half a dozen people are there. If somebody has had a fall or a seizure, a heart attack in the streets in Twickenham, it doesn't happen that often, but every time I've been there, half a dozen people immediately are there. And what's amazing is when that's happened, the next day, somebody will contact me, because they know how to track me down, and ask me, how was that person? Is that person all right? So we know in our community the Good Samaritans are looking out for each other. But the Good Samaritans, there aren't half a dozen people when domestic violence has happened in the homes. And that's where we need people to know. In my area, there is, well, all of the UK, the 24-hour helpline, which is 0808 2000 24/7. It's there. We have a brilliant one-stop shop in my borough. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant, and I've been there. And so people are reaching out. What I'm saying is that to ratify the convention, we align with what is going on in our constituencies at the ground level. About 60 years ago, there were 20,000 women, I believe, who marched in Pretoria, and they had that wonderful phrase, Watint Abafazi, forgive my bad pronunciation, Watint Imbokodo. You strike a woman, you strike a rock. And I believe this convention is our equivalent of saying you strike a woman, you strike a rock, and this is the time I support this bill.
Point of order, Mr. Tom Watson.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Yesterday, the Culture Secretary agreed to come back to the dispatch box were it to be revealed that there was a further security breach at the National Lottery. In the last few minutes, Mr. Speaker, the Gambling Commission have published a document where they say it was more likely than not that a fraudulent prize claim had been made and paid out. Mr. Speaker, there is potentially a great lotto robbery. Camelot have been fined £3 million and have been found in breach of their 3 pieces of their licence. Can I ask whether you have had a request from a minister to make an urgent statement to the House so that they can guarantee to millions of lottery players in the UK that the game is safe?
I'm very grateful to the honourable gentleman for his point of order. The short answer to him is no. I have received no indication that a minister has any plan to come to the chamber today. But I've known the honourable gentleman a long time. He is nothing if not a persistent woodpecker. And that's a compliment. So my very strong hunch is that the honourable gentleman will be in his place on Monday and using such devices as are available to him to try to secure the presence of a minister to answer on this important matter. Meanwhile, I hope the honourable gentleman has an enjoyable and moderately restful weekend. Jess Phillips.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to say a huge thank you to the member for Banff and Buchan for bringing this debate today, this bill. It is long overdue, 4 years after the signing of the Istanbul Convention, that we are here today to try and push the government to ratify. I think that what I want to say, potentially uncharacteristically, I intend to say a few uncharacteristic things, is that I know how much the government cares about this issue. Long before I was in this place, I worked very, very closely with some of the Home Office officials, some of whom I know are here today to work on these things. I have been working with the Home Office under the then Home Secretary, now the Prime Minister, for years, and I have never seen anything to lead me to believe that they had anything but commitment to improving legislation in the area of domestic violence and sexual violence. In practical terms, when things have to be delivered and that costs money and that falls to the DCLG's auspices, things did tend to break down. But in legislative terms, the Modern Slavery Bill, the Act Against Coercive Control, all of these things let me know that regardless of all of the things that divide us, and my gosh, I could talk out a debate on how many things that there are that divide us. But you know, I like to sleep at night and was raised properly. So I will give way.
I'm grateful to the Honourable Lady for giving way. May I also put on record my support for this and for what she's saying? But would she agree that it's not just enough to pass legislation, but also to enforce it, and that has also been somewhat lacking over the last few years?
Yes, Philip.
I agree entirely that enforcement, what we tend to do in this building is pave the way with great intentions and great legislation. I think we have some of the best legislation with regard to domestic violence in the world. However, what we tend to do is open an enormous door into an empty room. And it is very, very difficult for our police forces to enforce on certain issues. And it's not because they don't have the legislative framework. It's for a whole series of other reasons. And we all have to work together, a bit like yesterday in the social care statement, and in every conversation in this place about the NHS. We need to work together to make this happen. And in a sort of moment of total pragmatism, and I hope that the benches opposite don't take offence at what I'm about to say, but I would dance with the devil to make women and children safer. I will do anything. The reason I came to this building was to bang my fists on this side of the table because I got sick of banging them on the other. And I know that the government care about this. I know that if perhaps they weren't distracted with other things, the ratification of the Istanbul Convention probably would have passed really easily. And what I would say to those on the benches opposite is that the stumbling blocks over compulsory PHSE and talking to young people about consent and the ratification of the Istanbul Convention make a real threat to what is not a bad record in this area. It is a pretty good record. And also, when we allocate funding, it is a pretty good record. It needs a lot of work. I didn't mean to say that was a good record. It's not very good. In fact, all the refugees are threatened in my constituency at the moment. If I wasn't here and if I hadn't won my seat, I would be today surrounded by piles and piles of presents and gifts that would have been given by the local community to refuge. My desk used to become like a fort, and we would have to have parties, actual parties organised to get the presents wrapped in order to give out thousands and thousands of presents to the women and children who lived in refuge every year. And we would always throw a party, and it would be it might not seem like it to those who've never worked in that field, one of the happiest times of year. And one of the reasons it was so happy was because no matter if you were the chief executive of the organisation, if you were the commissioner from the council, if you were the cleaner in the refuge, if you were one of the children in the refuge, everybody rolled up their sleeves to achieve something together. We would all make the sausage rolls. The women would be running in and out of their flats with different plates of food so that we could all spend Christmas together, knowing that there is a huge amount of solidarity in the world for victims of domestic violence. And I know that the Istanbul Convention, one of the main underpinning of it is the idea that we all work together, is that we need multiple agencies genuinely working together across the world to improve things for victims of domestic violence. No. This was worth thinking about for a minute, but I'm sure the honourable gentleman is going to get his say. I want very much to stand here and say as well some thank yous to the people who have meant that we are here today. Not only our colleagues from Scotland have done a fantastic job of, and in their usual sort of en masse are all sat there together in their block. I'd like to say some, again, uncharacteristic thanks, potentially, to the Leader of the Opposition, who has certainly shown his commitment to this and worked with us to make sure that the Labour Party today will show its commitment to this, and to Amy Watson specifically in his office, who it's always exciting moments of politics when you just spend all day on the phone ringing around people to get them to a place. I would like to thank the unions who have been involved in trying to lobby members to be here today. Unison, I kept getting lots of lobby emails from the Muslim Council for the UK lobbied me, and also Unison lobbied me, and all of that is down to the hard work of the women, the volunteer women from IC Change, who have done an amazing job on almost no resources, which just shows me how brilliant and powerful women can be, and they can achieve pretty much anything when they put their minds to it. And all of us here today, on the last Friday before Christmas, I think is a testimony to their immense work. So I would like to say a massive thank you to them. What I will finish by saying is that all of us will wake up on Christmas morning and we will be stressed out. We will get up really early. It's the only day when it's acceptable to drink from 6 a.m. in the morning. On holiday, it's 12 o'clock. On Christmas Day, it's 6 o'clock. That is the rule my family live by. We will all be stressed, and we will be wondering whether we've got the right things, and there'll be a present that's gone missing, and things will be more stressful, especially for the women folk of this world, than they are particularly festive or cheerful. Things are tense on Christmas Day. Now, I ask everybody in here to imagine that that tension isn't just because you're not sure whether you got the right gifts for your auntie, or if so-and-so is going to have a chair, or the children's table is going to collapse like it did last year. For some people, they wake up on Christmas Day and they will try not to say anything wrong. They will try not to put a foot wrong. They will make sure everything is perfect. They will have risk-assessed every single step that they take throughout the day, because just this one day, their children deserve not to have the monster that lives in their home erupt in their faces. Just this one day, their children deserve to have the peaceful day that all of our children have taken for granted. And so, all of the stresses that we will all feel, for those people, will be terror and control over everything they say and do in order to keep things safe. If we ratify this convention, and if we send them a message today, that will be the greatest gift that we could offer.
Wendy Morton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure to speak on this Friday and take part in this debate, and to follow, I'm tempted to say my honourable friend. I know I'm not supposed to, Mr. Speaker, but the honourable lady, the member for Birmingham Yardley, who I know speaks with such passion and expertise on the area of domestic violence. I'd also like to congratulate the Honourable Member for Banff and Buchan as well on bringing forward this important bill today. For me, it was quite lucky. I had put today's date in my diary as a PMB day. I have a private member's bill which is third on the list. I would like to see and hope as many people may come in to support mine, but we will see how the days go. But that aside, this is a hugely important bill, and it is a pleasure to be able to speak to it. It's a historic opportunity to tackle domestic abuse and violence against women and girls. And in many ways, it's a shame that Parliament wasn't sitting last Friday, which, as members here will know, it was the penultimate day of 16 days of activism following the elimination of Violence Against Women and Girls Day. So that would have been maybe an even more appropriate day, if I could say that, but we are determined by the days that the House is sitting. And as we've heard, it's shocking that in this day and age, on average, 2 women are killed by their partner or ex-partner every week in England and Wales. And 27.1% of women have experienced domestic abuse since the age of 16. And last year, there were an estimated 4.5 million female victims of domestic abuse between the ages of 16 and 59. When I was preparing to speak today, it did make me reflect and think. I recalled a time when, as a child, my sister and I were at home with Mum, and there was a lady from the village who actually came and knocked on our door, who was trying to escape domestic violence, and she spent the afternoon, her and her 2 boys, at home in our house with Mum and my sister. And the House of Commons is a strange place, but from time to time it just does bring back memories and makes you reflect on your own experience and how you felt at the time. I know I've digressed a little bit, but the statistics that I've referred to, they're shocking. But this is not the whole picture. This largely hidden crime, in many ways, is difficult to accurately quantify. Women, as we've heard, don't often or always report or disclose occurrences of domestic abuse to the police for many, many and varied reasons. This bill, if successful today, and I really hope that it will be, will require the Government to ratify the Council of Europe's Istanbul Convention as soon as possible. And in addition to the measures that the Government has already put in place, including committing 80 million for violence against women and girls services, I believe this bill will help to end violence against women and girls. I want to turn, if I may, briefly to the Convention itself. Because between 2006 and 2008, the Council of Europe Campaign Task Force looking at violence against women concluded that existing legislation to prevent and combat all kinds of violence against women was not being enforced. Services for victims were scarce and underfunded, and there was a huge disparity in protection between member states. This task force recommended that the Council produce a convention on preventing and combating violence, and this recommendation then led to the drafting and publication of the Istanbul Convention. But I think, Mr Speaker, it's only right that we do recognise the UK played a significant role in producing this, and on the 8th of June 2012, the UK coalition government signed the Convention. And since signing that convention, the UK has made significant progress towards ratification. There's been legislation on forced marriage, female genital mutilation, coercive control, and most recently, stalking. In fact, in most respects, the measures already in place in the UK to protect women and girls from violence comply with, or in some cases go further than the Convention requires. It's just those final amendments to domestic law to take extraterritorial jurisdiction over a range of offences that I believe is causing and has caused some delay in the ratification. I was pleased to read, and I hope that the Minister will expand on this in his closing remarks today, that there has been contact with counterparts in the devolved administrations on who legislative changes for extraterritorial jurisdiction should extend to Scotland and Northern Ireland. I am glad that this bill has made it onto the floor of the House today, allowing Parliament time to debate it, and let us hope that this does lead to ratification, and therefore giving all women and girls the legal guarantee to the right to live lives free from both violence and the fear of violence that they deserve. Mr Speaker, this is such an important issue, that one that sadly affects so many women. On the one hand, you could perhaps argue why does it need a PMB today to do something? And we know the government has committed already to ratifying the convention and has given many examples and indications of the work that it's doing in taking the steps to meet and go beyond the requirements of that. But all that aside, this is an historic day, an important private members' bill, and it's a chance once again for us all in this House to come together and show our support on what is such a very, very important issue. The best way to end violence against women is to prevent it happening in the first place. This means changing prejudices, attitudes and gender stereotypes. Whether this is through the further training of professionals and NGOs to help people recognise and challenge different forms of violence, prevent victimisation and emphasis on the need to cooperate with other agencies. But I believe that ensuring that children are taught about equality at an early age is vital too, and that intervention and treatment programmes are working as well as they possibly can. I recall visiting a women's refuge a number of years ago in the North East, and I was absolutely both stumbled and staggered to meet with some of the women and the children there, and to gain a deeper understanding that domestic violence has no social boundaries, no age boundaries, and sadly it cuts right across all classes and all areas of society. For those women and girls who the preventative measures have failed and who are victims of violence, there has to be the best protection and support that can possibly be offered. Support and understanding from government agencies, the police and health services, many of whom do terrific work already. Specific measures include ensuring victims have access to adequate information and in a language that they can understand, that shelters are established and in adequate geographical distribution, and that easily accessible rape crisis and sexual violence referral centres are available to those who need them. I just now want to touch on the prosecution of perpetrators, because one of the biggest achievements of the Convention is the range of measures, procedures and best practices for investigating and prosecuting violence against women. The Convention ensures that victims must be protected at all stages of an investigation, be that through emergency barring orders where the police can remove a perpetrator of domestic violence from their home, or through restraining and protection orders. And these orders must be available for immediate protection and allowed during subsequent legal proceedings, and possibly, most importantly, issued without prejudicing the rights of defendants to a fair trial. Mr Speaker, I just also wanted to talk a little bit, if I may, today about violence against women and girls abroad, because unfortunately, and as we've heard, this is not an issue that is just confined to the UK or to Europe. Through my work on the International Development Select Committee and as co-chair of the APPG on Sustainable Development Goals, I have seen and heard examples of women and girls, not just in the UK, but throughout the world. Sexual violence is one of the characteristics of the ongoing insurgency in northeast Nigeria, and earlier in the year, along with my colleague on the committee, the member for East Kilbride, Strathern and Lesmahago, I hope I have got that right, we met with campaigners from the Bring Back Our Girls campaign at the Unity Fountain in Abuja, who campaign and highlight the issues around the missing Chibok girls. It's now 978 days, Mr Deputy Speaker, since those girls were abducted, and still there are 196 missing. This is a campaign that cannot be pushed to the sidelines. And again, it was one of those really moving events, and certainly one of the most memorable, sadly for the sad reasons, parts of that visit earlier in the year. Looking back at 2014, the then Foreign Secretary, now the Right Honourable the Lord Hague of Richmond, hosted the first global summit to end sexual violence in conflict here in the UK with the Special Envoy for the UN High Commissioner for Refugees. This was the largest gathering ever brought together on the subject, with 1,700 delegates and 123 country delegations, including 79 ministers. This summit agreed practical steps to tackle impunity for the use of rape as a weapon of war, and to begin to change global attitudes to these crimes. As I said earlier, changing attitudes to these crimes and towards equality in general must surely be the best way that violence against women will be brought to an end. Similarly, the UK in 2005 successfully advocated for a standalone goal on gender equality as part of the Sustainable Development Goals and the establishment of dedicated targets within the goals for all countries on ending all forms of violence against women and girls. It's only with measures like this that we can hope to bring an end to the suffering of women worldwide. I do think, Mr Deputy Speaker, that it's only fair also to draw attention to some of the good work that the Government and the Department for International Development is doing throughout the world to help end violence against women and girls. DFID is running a number of successful programmes regarding FGM. This programme has helped 15 countries have a policy framework or action plan to end FGM. The Secretary of State for International Development has demonstrated her commitment to this important work recently, committing £2.75 million to the UN Trust Fund to End Violence Against Women, supporting organisations across the world to tackle gender-based violence. This takes the UK's total contribution to the fund to £11 million. The SDGs are global, they are universal, and it's right and proper that we recognise them today, I feel, in this important date, and recognise that there is still a long way to go, but a lot of work has already been done with regards to Goal 5 and achieving gender equality and empowering women and girls. Turning back, Mr Deputy Speaker, home and to the reason we are all here today, and I'm conscious that I am being very hopefully indulgent of your time, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'm looking at the clock here. Last year, there were over 100,000 prosecutions for domestic abuse. The fact that more victims are having the confidence to come forward and report violence shows, I hope, that we are moving in the right direction. However, there is always more that we can do, and ratifying the Istanbul Convention is one way of achieving that. I close by ending with recognition of the work the government has done already in line with the Istanbul Convention, and I believe they should be applauded. I will be supporting the bill today to help ensure violence against women, violence against a woman simply because she is a woman becomes a thing of the past.
Owen Thompson.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I intend to try to be relatively brief this morning. I start by congratulating my honourable friend from Banff-and-Buchan for securing this a very important private members' debate and for the consensus that she's managed to build to look to drive this forward, which will hopefully, by the end of today, see this bill moving forward to the next stage. Very early in my own election campaign of 2015, this issue was brought to me by a number of campaigners in Midlothian. In fact, it was even raised as a question at one of the hustings that took place in that campaign. Luckily, by that point, I had at least a limited grasp of what the Istanbul Convention was. Sadly, not all of those on the panel that night did. I think the journey we've taken, even since that point, and the awareness that's been raised across countless members by the tireless campaigners already mentioned by my honourable friend, shows the real strength of feeling and I think the genuine changing in attitude that we are starting to see coming through. But we do need to do more, which is why it's so important that we see the passing of this bill today. In my own constituency in Midlothian, the Mid and East Lothians Women's Aid, who have been campaigning on this issue for a number of years, have told me they see that the ratification of the Istanbul Convention is the most comprehensive strategy for addressing violence against women and girls, therefore an opportunity to bring unprecedented positive change for women and girls. I think we can all agree we need to do something, we need to do more. I wanted to perhaps, in my brief contribution here, look to some of the other issues that we see around this and actually the role that we as men can play in trying to address and change attitudes, because we all want to see an end to violence against women, but it's that attitudinal change. And actually, when we see discrimination and some of the comments you see online being made, I think there's a very important role for all of us, but perhaps especially the men amongst us, to challenge the attitudes of other men when we see that type of abuse taking place online. And I have to say, in this point, I would have to pay particular praise to my honourable friend from Paisley and Renfrewshire North, who is doing a huge amount of work in tackling this in a number of different avenues, but certainly as the chair of the all-party group for the White Ribbon campaign. I'm sure we're going to hear from my honourable friend shortly, but I cannot let this session pass without putting on record, I think, certainly my and I'm sure my colleagues' feelings of support for the work that he is doing. We all have such an important role. We have an opportunity to be leaders in our own communities, to change the attitudes, to take that stand, to drive change for the best. If we can influence young people today and change their attitudes before it's too late, then we can really get that shift change in an attitude that will eventually see us taking those steps to eradicate violence against women. There is no need for any violence against women to take place. We need to do everything we possibly can to be stamping it out at every opportunity and to not stand by and watch, whether it be violence or whether it simply be an offensive comment online. All of us have a responsibility to make a stand and do what we can to make sure that we make these changes. And in doing so, I think a fantastic first step, certainly today, in supporting this bill.
Yeah.
Philip Davies.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. And can I commend the Honourable Lady for Banff Buchan for bringing forward this particular bill, and also typically for the excellent speech that she made. She's one of the best performers in the House of Commons, Mr Deputy Speaker, in my opinion, and she further enhanced her reputation with her speech today. This is a bill to require the United Kingdom to ratify the Council of Europe Convention on Preventing and Combating Violence Against Women and Domestic Violence, the Istanbul Convention, and for connected purposes. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, I don't expect to find much support in this House for some of what I want to put on the record today, although that's quite normal in my experience, but I expect that many people outside of this House are more likely to agree, and we only have to look at the EU referendum to see how out of touch this House is with majority opinion across the country. And this is a typical Friday bill, if I might be able to say that. It's basically comes with a worthy sentiment. You know, who can possibly be against trying to stop violence against women? Nobody. I'm not aware of anybody who wants to argue that people should be violent towards women and girls. Of course not. And so, because the title of the bill has about combating violence against women, then it presumes that if as long as you support that premise, then you must support this particular bill. And therefore, if you oppose this bill, it means that you must be in favour, as it follows, of violence against women and children. Now, that's the kind of level of debate I would expect from the morons on Twitter, Mr Deputy Speaker, but I still live in hope that we might actually have better quality debate than that in this House, although my experience is that it doesn't actually get much better normally. But I'm going to live in hope and try again that we can actually have a sensible debate about these matters rather than the level of debate that we get used to on social media. Now, I have a fundamental objection to the whole premise that we only need to deal with violence against women. No. It was worth thinking about for a few seconds. I'm sure the Honourable Lady would appreciate. If she comes back to me later, I may well oblige her later. But I couldn't resist that temptation. I'll give way to the.
Thank you, and I really do appreciate the tone that he's taking and recognising the seriousness. But I would point out to him that there are two parts to the title: combating violence against women and domestic violence. It doesn't say if the domestic violence is against men, women, or children.
Yeah.
come on to that. I'm very grateful to the honourable lady for highlighting that, but I'm going to come on to that because, as she rightly says, and as I tried to illustrate when I started, there are two separate elements to this, and I want to do both of them justice, if I may. I can't really believe this needs saying, to be honest, but it's rather, I think it's so discriminatory and sexist to say that we should only be focusing on violence against women. And if this was the other way round, Mr. Deputy Speaker, there would be an absolute outcry from people in this House, and rightly so. And rightly so, there will be an absolute outcry about it. Now, I don't take the view that violence against women and girls is somehow worse than violence against men and boys. As far as I'm concerned, all violence is unacceptable, and all violence against the person should be punished by law. Both men and women are victims, and both are perpetrators of these crimes. I believe in true equality and want people to be treated equally when they are a victim of crime and when they're a perpetrator of crime.
Will my honourable friend give way?
Yes, I will.
He's making a characteristically passionate speech, but would you not want to acknowledge that over the last 20 years, half of the victims of murder who are women are from family members? Only 6% of males who've been murdered are from family members. That is quite a significant discrepancy, and it needs to be acknowledged in this House.
Well, I will come on to the discrepancy between male and female, the levels of violence against men and the levels of violence against women. I'll come on to that in due course, Mr. Deputy Speaker, if I may, because it's a point that's very much worth highlighting. So I believe in true equality and want people to be treated equally. At the moment, whether people like it or not, men are treated more harshly than women in the criminal justice system, certainly when it comes to sentencing. And I know that's an inconvenient truth for many people, but it is the truth nevertheless. And on top of that, and this is where it relates to my honourable friend's point, all the evidence shows that men are more likely to be a victim of violent crime than women in this country. I will.
I thank him for his graciousness, genuinely. And I think when he started speaking, he said that to say that you not supporting this bill doesn't mean that you support violence against women. And I think he's absolutely right to straw that it's not a zero-sum game. But also, I wonder if he agrees with me that wanting a bill that would support women doesn't mean you don't want one that supports men. There is no use of the word only in this bill. And if he wishes to bring a bill about violence against men, I will gladly co-sponsor it with him.
I'm very grateful to the honourable lady opposite. Perhaps then we can go back to the drawing board with this particular bill and make clear that we want to introduce a bill which targets men and women alike. And if we go back to the drawing board and introduce such a bill, I'll be delighted that both of us will be able to support it. I'll give way to the honourable lady.
The honourable member will allow me to read a bit from the Istanbul Convention, which I did allude to in my speech. It says here that measures to protect the rights of victims shall be secured without discrimination on any grounds, such as sex, gender, race, colour, language, religion, political or other opinion, national or social origin, association with a national minority, property, birth, sexual orientation, gender identity, age, state of health, disability, marital status, migrant or refugee status, or other status. That is in Article 4, Clause 3 of the Istanbul Convention.
I'm very grateful to the honourable lady, and like I say, Mr. Speaker, we can go, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we can go back to the drawing board and we can bring back a bill that all of us can support, because nothing I've heard from any of the speakers so far. I think we've had, I'll try and get through. I think we've had four speeches so far. I think I heard one passing reference to men, and the whole thrust of this debate and argument and whole point of this bill today was simply about the unacceptability of violence against women. That's all we've heard so far. So it's no good now trying to redraw the nature of the debate, because I'm actually raising the point about true equality. If that's what people really believe in this House, let's go back to the drawing board and bring back a bill that makes that clear on the face of the bill. Let's make that clear. I'll give way to my honourable friend.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend, Mr. Deputy Speaker, for giving way. Whilst it's true that Article 4, which has just been quoted by the promoter of this bill, says what the honourable lady said it says, Article 2 is the relevant article, because Article 2 sets out what the scope of the Convention is. And paragraph 1 of Article 2 quite clearly states that this Convention shall apply to all forms of violence against women.
Well, absolutely. My honourable friend is absolutely right. And I'm also going to come on to Article 1, which actually also makes clear that discriminating against men is absolutely fine as far as the Convention is concerned. I will come to that later on in my speech, which will also fly in the face of what the impression that the honourable lady opposite would want to give. And so there's an easy way to there's an easy way to deal with this. We can go back to the drawing board and make it clear. We seem to be all in agreement from what I've heard so far. We can go back to the drawing board and bring forward a bill that all of us can agree to. I'll give way to my honourable friend.
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend. In view of the fact that the government has signalled that it will ratify this convention, does my honourable friend not want the government to ratify this convention?
No, I'm against this, and I'm trying to set out my reasons why I'm against ratifying this. What I want them to do is to ratify something that actually targets all violence. And I'll come on to that in a second, and I will test out, Mr. Deputy Speaker, during the course of my speech, honourable members' commitment to stamping out violence, whether it be by men or women, as we go through the debate. I'll give way.
Could my honourable friend clarify? Is he arguing that there's no point in doing something which is a good thing unless it solves all the problems of the world?
If my honourable friend is happy for a convention to make it explicitly clear that it's fine to discriminate against men, well, if honourable lady, well, I know there's lots of people up in arms. I suspect that most of them up in arms haven't even bothered to read all of the different articles in the convention. If they want to off the cuff, repeat to me back Article 1 of the convention in full. No, I didn't think they could, Mr. Deputy Speaker, because they're just up in arms because of what I said at the start of my speech. It seems like a worthy sentiment, and so we must support a worthy sentiment. They've got no substance to it, but I'm sure that if they want to catch your eye and explain all the different nuances of the different articles of this particular convention, I'm sure you will humour them. But I suspect there's not much substance behind the hollering, as usual, from our SNP colleagues. I will try and help out my honourable friend by explaining why I think this should not be passed today and should not be ratified. I'm trying to make it clear that I believe in true equality rather than this kind of equality that only applies to one gender. So my premise is, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that all the evidence shows that men are more likely to be victims of violent crime in this country than women. And I just want to quote... I'll give way.
I thank the honourable member for giving way, and I'm sure he's aware that I think it's 2 women a week are killed. Yes. And I don't know if he's ever gone to a funeral of a woman who's died and seen the children there, but I can assure him that I have, and it's a very uncomfortable experience.
Hear, hear. Hear, hear.
There are also funerals of men who have died, and I'm sure that that's just as an uncomfortable experience for their children as well. I'm very sad that the honourable lady doesn't recognise that when a father dies, it's just as upsetting for the children as when a mother dies. I would take issue with the premise. I'll give way to the honourable gentleman.
Member for giving way. When he gives that crime statistic, is he trying to say that all those men have been made victims of crime because they are men? Because remember, what this bill is about is combating violence against women that is committed precisely because they are women and girls. That is not the case with the vast majority of the crimes that he is talking about in those statistics.
Well, the honourable gentleman's going down an interesting route whereby basically saying that no matter what the injuries you sustain in a violent attack, all we should be concerned about is what the motivation of that attack was, and that if the motivation isn't as the honourable gentleman thinks, well, I mean, that's fair enough. If somebody comes up to you because they hate you and beats you up to a pulp, it seems to me that the actual nuance of why they hate you is less important than the scale of the injuries that you've suffered and the need for that person who perpetrated the crime to be punished. He may have a different. He clearly has a different opinion than me to that. I'm more interested in the violence and the punishment of the perpetrator who commits that violence. But if I might be allowed to, I'll give way to my honourable friend.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend. In the preamble to this convention, there's a reference to the Geneva Convention of 1949. The Geneva Convention is gender neutral, despite the fact that probably most of the victims of breaches of the Geneva Convention are actually men.
Well, my honourable friend makes a perfectly valid point. Perhaps if we follow the logic of today's debate, the Geneva Convention should only have applied to men, because they were much more likely to be the subject of what was intended at the time. Now, I think that would be a nonsense. I'm sure my honourable friend thinks that would be a nonsense. I suspect most people here think that would be a nonsense too. But it's amazing that when it falls on the other side of the foot, everybody's silent about that particular issue. And this is the hypocrisy that I want to expose today, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And I'm going to press on and expose it. And so, just to highlight the fact that that men are more likely to be the victims of a violent crime, I'm going to quote the recent statistics on the representation of females and males in the criminal justice system from the Ministry of Justice. They confirm that men are nearly twice as likely to be the victim of violent crime as women. According to the Crime Survey of England and Wales, 1.3% of women interviewed were reported being victims of violence, compared with 2.4% of men. My point also applies to children. Again, according to the Crime Survey for England and Wales, in 2015-16, a smaller proportion of girls than boys reported being victims of violence. 4.2% of girls versus 7.7% of boys. And it's not just in violence generally where men do worse than women. When it comes to the most serious of cases, according to the Crime Survey for England and Wales, in 2015-16, women accounted for 36% of recorded homicide victims while men were victims in 64% of cases. So clearly, on every possible level of victims of crime, a man is more likely to be the victim of it than a woman. And men are also, we haven't heard much of it today, if anything, men are also victims of domestic violence. It's right that 2/3 of domestic violence incidents, the woman is the victim, which is absolutely outrageous. But in 1/3 of cases, the victim is a man. Now, it may well be that some people in this House think that the people that we should only be concerned about are the 2/3 who are women. I don't. I think we should be concerned about all victims of domestic violence equally. That all of them are a victim of domestic violence, and we should consider them all equally whenever we look at a response to it, not just the 2/3 that happen to be women. And according to the Office for National Statistics report, which is a focus on violent crime and sexual offences, which relates to the year ending March 2015 and was released in February, the Crime Survey of England and Wales estimates that 8.2% of women and 4% of men reported experiencing any type of domestic abuse in the last year, and that is all forms of abuse. This is the equivalent to an estimated 1.3 million female victims and 600,000 male victims, all of whom, in my opinion, equally deserve our support. They also confirm that specifically for partner abuse, 6.5% of women and 2.8% of men reported having experienced any type of partner abuse in the last year, equivalent to an estimated 1.3 million female victims and 500,000 male victims. Now, this bill refers to preventing and combating violence against women and domestic violence. And whilst the first part is relatively clear, the second bit about domestic violence is not so. This is because of the definition of domestic violence. Our definition of domestic violence includes non-violent components, so we need to be very careful when banding around figures about domestic violence. This is inevitably the problem with a wide definition. It has the word violence in the title, and people understandably then assume it relates to physical violence, but this is not always necessarily the case, and that can be quite confusing too. We also need to remember that domestic incidents include people in relationships as well as families and other relationships that could be considered domestic in nature. What I'm trying to say, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is that the notion that in every case of domestic violence or abuse the perpetrator is a big burly wife-beater is just that, a notion, but it's not actually factual. Now, I asked the House of Commons Library for some information on what is known as the Istanbul Convention, which this bill seeks to ratify. They said that it's a Council of Europe Convention on preventing and combating violence against women and domestic violence. It was adopted by the Council of Europe on the 7th of April 2011 and was open for signature on the 11th of May 2011 at the 121st session of the Committee of Ministers in Istanbul, and the Convention entered into force on the 1st of August 2014. The UK signed the Convention on the 8th of June 2012, but has not yet ratified it. Now, some countries have signed the Convention, like the UK, and some have signed the Convention and ratified it as well. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, I won't go through all the countries and give their positions on it, although it's very illuminating and relevant to the debate, but I don't want to test the patience of the House. But some of the countries who have signed the Convention but not ratified it, like us, are these other countries who haven't ratified. I think we heard Sudan mentioned as an illustration. As my honourable friend rightly highlighted, Germany hasn't ratified it. Neither have Iceland, Greece, Hungary, Lithuania, Croatia and Cyprus. All of those members of the European Union, Mr Deputy Speaker, which apparently is such a fine institution that the members of the SNP are desperate for us to still remain part of it, and yet their wonderful partner countries haven't even bothered to ratify it either, but there was no mention of that either, strangely, in the Honourable Lady's speech. It's particularly interesting to note that Ireland only signed the Convention on the 5th of November 2015, and they too have not yet ratified it. Perhaps the Honourable Member for Foyle might want to have a word with his friends in the Irish Republic to ask them why they haven't ratified it either. Now, Article 1 of the Convention says that its purposes are to do these things. This is to help the honourable members at the SNP who were up in arms about something that they'd never even bothered to read and knew nothing about. But I'll help them out because I can tell them what it actually says in Article 1 of the Convention. It says that its purposes are these. There are 5 purposes. The first is to protect women against all forms of violence and prevent, prosecute and eliminate violence against women and domestic violence. The second is to contribute to the elimination of all forms of discrimination against women and promote substantive equality between women and men, including by empowering men. The third is to design a comprehensive framework, policies and measures for the protection of and assistance to all victims of violence against women and domestic violence. The fourth is to promote international cooperation with a view to eliminating violence against women and domestic violence. And fifth, to provide support and assistance to organisations and law enforcement agencies to effectively cooperate in order to adopt an integrated approach to eliminating violence against women and domestic violence. Now, if we look at point A, of course, we are all united in our opposition to any violence against women and girls. I'll repeat that, Mr Speaker, Mr Deputy Speaker, if you don't mind, because I want to make this clear so that nobody's misunderstood in the terms of this debate. We are all united in our opposition to any violence against women and girls, and I would be astounded if any of us were not. Yet I pride myself on being what's known as one of the most hardline members when it comes to matters of law and order and sentencing. And I always find it rather strange that those who speak passionately about how we should have zero tolerance on violence against women and girls and violence against people, which I agree with, Mr Deputy Speaker, are often the same people who then argue that the perpetrators of violence should do anything but be sent to prison. We are in a ridiculous situation where... Yes, I will.
I thank the honourable member for giving way, and he has helpfully laid out some of those objects of the Istanbul Convention. Could he explain precisely what he sees as the downside of ratifying the Istanbul Convention and all that it could do to achieve a much greater focus and energy on the prevention of violence against women and girls, and also all those who will be victims in any, whether they're male or female, particularly when we're looking at the scale and nature of domestic violence?
Well, my hope, Mr Deputy Speaker, is that by the time I finish speaking, the Honourable Lady will be much wiser as to why I wholly oppose this particular bill. But we're in the ridiculous... Yes, of course.
Can I suggest one answer to the Honourable Lady's intervention, and that is that our own legislation in this country is now got a much broader definition of domestic violence than the definition contained in this convention?
Well, yes, my honourable friend is absolutely right, and as I made clear, that our definition of domestic violence is very different to that definition used in most other countries, and my honourable friend makes a very good point. But there are other reasons too, which I'm going to come on to, and Article 1 contains within it something that I fundamentally disagree with. But we are in the ridiculous situation, Mr Deputy Speaker, whereby people convicted at Crown Court of violence against the person in England and Wales, we have the situation where 66% of men convicted of violence against the person are sent to prison, compared to 37% of women are sent to prison for the same offences. If we really want to send out a message, and that was, I think, what the purpose of this bill was, I heard on a number of occasions from members opposite, if we really want to send out a message of zero tolerance about violence against the person, the first thing we ought to be doing, in fact perhaps the main thing, maybe even the only thing we ought to be doing, is to press for much tougher sentences for people who are found guilty of it. One of the ways of preventing and eliminating violence is to send people to prison for longer. Because whilst ever they're in prison, they were not going to be perpetrating any violence against anybody else in their household or anywhere else, for that matter. The Labour Party, who apparently are so concerned about this issue of violence against women and violence against girls, actually introduced a law in the last Parliament whereby somebody who is sent to prison for committing violence against a woman, for committing violence against a girl, has to be by law released halfway through their prison sentence, whether or not it's considered that they're going to go straight back into the household from where they came and commit the same crime again. They still have to be released halfway through their sentence by the law of the land. And the last Labour government introduced that. So it's no good them coming here now today saying how committed they are to stopping violence against women and girls when they're the ones who are actually letting these people back out onto the streets and back into their houses much sooner than the courts originally intended. So if people want to do something worthwhile to prevent violence against the people and violence against women and girls, let's all press for stronger prison sentences. Let's all press for people to spend more of their sentence in prison rather than being released out on licence. How many people are up for that in the House today, Mr Deputy Speaker? They all go amazingly quiet when it comes down, because they don't really actually, but when it comes down to it, they want to huff and puff. They want to huff and puff about being tough on violence against women and girls, but when it comes down to the actual thing that most of our constituents would recognise would show being tough on violence against women and girls, tougher prison sentences, they all run away because they don't like people being sent to prison. Of course I'll give way to my honourable friend.
I'm grateful. I think my honourable friend's making a very valid point there. But does he not feel that there may be some correlation between the fact that the figures for violent crime are increasing and the fact that, as my honourable friend has just pointed out, criminals know that they'll be let out halfway through the sentence?
Well, my old friend is absolutely right. This is not rocket science. The more criminals who are in prison, the less criminals are out on the street committing crimes. I mean, it's not really a massively difficult concept to grasp, although it appears to be that members opposite are struggling with it. But it's not actually that difficult to understand that if people who commit these crimes are in prison, they can't be committing those crimes. And my old friend must therefore surely be right in his suspicion. This convention does not just cover violence, as Article B mentions, and this is one of the things I have a fundamental problem with this particular convention. 1B says it wants to see the elimination of all forms of discrimination against women. Yet I do not see how introducing a specific duty to eliminate all forms of discrimination against just women, I don't see how that is not discriminatory in itself. I sometimes wish people could see the irony of their proposals. Surely we should just want to eliminate all forms of discrimination, full stop. It's in effect saying this, what Article 1B is in effect saying, that if it's discrimination against a man, it's okay. Because all we want to do is end discrimination against women. Well, it isn't okay, Mr Deputy Speaker. No discrimination is okay. So if this convention starts again and says, actually, what we want to do is end all forms of discrimination, full stop, I will be the first to support it. It doesn't say that. It says all discrimination against women only. That surely people in this House cannot support that form of discrimination in itself. It flies in the face of everything that we're supposed to believe in if we believe in true equality. Then we have the phrase, including by empowering women. Now, I'm not entirely sure what this is obviously a legal document, I'm not entirely sure what the legal definition of that is supposed to be. We have some very respected people of the law in the chamber today. Perhaps they might be able to help us out with what the legal definition is. I genuinely don't know, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I'll bow to other people's superior knowledge. The English dictionary definition is approving having qualities that give a person or a group of people the means to take more control of their lives and become stronger and more independent. And we're all in favour of that, I would like to think. But most concerning to me about this is the fact that this whole strategy seems to be based on the premise that all this violence against women is committed by men. Otherwise, why else would it be linking discrimination, stereotyping and violence together? Certainly these are the thoughts of many people who are supporting this convention and the bill today. The impression people might be under is that the perpetrators of all these crimes against women are men. Indeed, on the website of one of the campaigns endorsing this bill today, at a rally, women were holding up placards with the slogan, "Together we can end male violence against women." So it would seem that they're not interested in ending all violence, regardless of whether the victim is male or female, or even, it would seem, they're interested in ending all violence against women. Because despite what people want to believe, all violence against women is not only caused by men. Indeed, there is no evidence to support the underlying assumption to this, as in a letter I received from the Crown Prosecution Service on this issue, they said to me, "We are unable to provide information on your specific requests of the sex of both the defendant and the victim. This is because we record the sex of the defendant and victim as separate statistics rather than as a joined statistic." So the premise of today's bill is based on an assumption, and one that can quickly be proved wrong. We only have to look at the individual cases that come to our courts to see that there are plenty of cases where violence has been committed by a female offender to a female victim. Let me just give a flavour of those cases I refer to, Mr Deputy Speaker. How about the case of Samira Lapidi, who stabbed her 2 young daughters to death in a refuge in November last year? Lapidi had been placed in a refuge with the girls after she called the police to their house claiming her partner had been violent. Speaking about Lapidi's relationship with the father, the judge said, "You reacted to this very difficult situation by saying, 'If I cannot have them, the children, neither can he.' This is a crime that speaks of rage, and I sentence you on the basis that you killed them in anger and out of a desire for revenge." A jury of 6 men and 6 women found her guilty of murder after only 90 minutes of deliberation. What about the case of Sadie Morris, a female paedophile, who was sentenced to 5 years in jail after photographing herself abusing a 3-year-old girl? The offences took place between July the 1st and 31st in 2013, with photographs involving one Category A image, the most serious level, 1B and 1C. Or even the case of a Romanian sex gang led by women who trafficked vulnerable women into Britain and forced them into prostitution. The gang raked in more than £15,000 a month and forced the prostitutes to deposit the cash across 14 separate bank accounts. Ending male violence against women would not have prevented any of these cases, as the offenders were also female. Crime does not discriminate, Mr Deputy Speaker, and we have to get real, and instead of speaking of female victims of male perpetrators, we should speak of all victims, regardless of sex, and all offenders, regardless of sex. What's so difficult about that? Why do so many people in this House find that so difficult to do? There are many female perpetrators of violence against both men and women. According to official Ministry of Justice figures, in their report on statistics on women and the criminal justice system 2015, violence against the person and theft were consistently the 2 offence groups with the highest number of arrests for both females and males. In fact, Mr Deputy Speaker, and people may not know this, But violence against the person accounted for 34% of all male arrests, and it accounted for 36% of all female arrests in the criminal justice system. We haven't heard that, any of that, in the speeches so far today. While theft offences made up 21% of male arrests and 26% of female arrests. Again, that is not restricted to women, but also applies to girls. In 2015-16, violence against the person was the most common offence group for which juvenile females were arrested, 10 to 17-year-olds. 40% of arrests of girls aged 10 to 17 was for violence against the person. No good people shaking their heads. These are the facts. These are the official statistics. Might be inconvenient. I'm not surprised the Honourable Lady hasn't heard about it. You never hear any of this in this place because we're so blinkered and only wanting to look one-dimensionally at all of those issues. I'm not surprised it's come as a shock to people opposite. Indeed, reports such as the one of Katie Neild, a 27-year-old mother of two who was rushed to hospital after a woman bit her and ripped a chunk out of her face, indicate this. This has left the victim with permanent scarring, even after being rushed to hospital for an emergency skin graft. Or even a case at my local court, Mr Deputy Speaker, Bradford Crown Court, which saw the case of a female who burgled a 79-year-old woman's house in August last year. In her defence, the defendant's barrister claimed that she would be extremely vulnerable in prison with a baby due in less than 3 months, despite her not being pregnant at the time of the burglary. However, Judge Thomas at Bradford Crown Court, a fine man, said that his duty was to the pensioner whose life was so significantly affected that she had not left her home. These are just a flavour of the vast array of cases where female offenders target female victims. And so the discriminatory underlay of today's bill is pointless and wrong, because not all victims are female and not all offenders are male. We should be bringing forward neutral legislation that seeks to help all victims of crime, men and women, and to punish all offenders, both men and women. Even in cases where people may assume violence is male on female, this is not the case, such as domestic violence.
Yes, of course. My honourable friend has been referring to statistics from the United Kingdom. He may be aware of the Fundamental Rights Agency of the European Union, which issued a very big report on violence against women, an EU-wide survey. And in that survey, they found that 11% of non-heterosexual women in Europe have experienced physical or sexual violence at the hands of other women.
Well, I'm literally just coming on to that very point, because the figures, it seems, are worse than that in the United Kingdom. But I'm grateful to my honourable friend for alerting me to that fact, which I was unaware of, Mr Deputy Speaker. But in... yes, I'll give way to my right honourable friend.
Something. Is he saying that if this bill was gender neutral, he would support it?
Yes, I'm very much saying that, Mr Deputy Speaker. I am very much saying that. That is the thrust of my point. I absolutely would support this if this were a gender neutral bill, but it clearly is not gender neutral. You only have to read the Convention to see that isn't the case, and you only have to have heard the speeches we've heard so far today to realise that this is nothing to do with gender neutrality. In 2008, Stonewall found that 1 in 4 lesbian and bisexual women have experienced domestic violence in a relationship, with 49.3% of bisexual women experience severe physical intimate violence. And in a recent MOJ report on statistics on women and the criminal justice system 2015 on the issue of abuse during childhood, on physical abuse, it notes, the perpetrator of physical abuse against females was almost as likely equally to be the mother as the father, 33% and 36% respectively. And so this is not as clear-cut as individuals and people in this House would have people want us to believe. But of course this bill, it supports the narrative that they want to keep talking about. It bears no relation to the facts, but it very much helps a narrative that they want people to run away with them. So at some point, Mr Deputy Speaker, some of us have actually got to say, no, we are not prepared to allow these distortions to continue. We are going to argue what the actual facts are, not what people would want the facts to be. And if people don't want to listen to me, Mr Deputy Speaker, which I understand often they don't, because I say things that they don't want to hear, perhaps they might have more sympathy for a marvellous lady called Erin Pizzey. Erin Pizzey, in 1971, opened the world's first women's refuge in Chiswick, specifically dealing with all victims of domestic violence. So perhaps she has the credentials that I'm not afforded the luxury of being granted a hearing. Maybe because of her background she will be. She went to the United States at the invitation of the US government and embarked on a Salvation Army-sponsored tour of 21 cities to help set up shelters for victims of domestic violence. And she did the same when she moved to Italy, and she returned to England in 1997. And more recently, in March 2007, she opened the first Arab refuge for victims of domestic violence in Bahrain. So I hope that people may listen to her if they won't listen to me. This is what she said. She said on a press release on International Day for the Elimination of Violence Towards Women, back in 2011, she said, 25th of November 2011 is the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Towards Women. Like everybody else who reads this statement, I am of course totally in favour of the elimination of violence towards women. But unlike the instigators of this event, I believe that we should be eliminating violence against everyone, and that includes men and children. I applaud the efforts of Viviane Reding, who is the Vice President and Commissioner responsible for Justice, Fundamental Rights and Citizenship, Cecile Gebervel, who is the Secretary-General of European Women's Lobby, and Michael Gustafsson, who is Chair of Parliamentary Women's Rights and Gender Equality Commission, in their efforts to protect women. But I am puzzled as to why this enormous empire of women, with the huge self-important titles, managed to avoid any discussion of the effects of violence upon the family, fathers and children. If we have any hope of tackling the tragic events of domestic violence, we have to face the facts that women can and are also guilty of violence against their partners. To concentrate only of women as victims is to deny the fact that children are also abused by their mothers. We can no longer afford to cover up the huge scandal that has existed for the last 40 years, where only men have been held up as perpetrators of all violence. My hope is that sufficient political pressure will be brought to bear upon these women who sit in great positions of power to acknowledge that we do indeed need to make November the 25th a day when we all agree internationally that there should be zero tolerance for violence against anyone, and that we will all work to make the family a safe and harmonious place. And I think that that is something that we should listen very carefully to indeed, Mr Deputy Speaker. That sums up entirely my view on this particular issue, and that, as I say, is a woman who has far more credentials than many people in this place, having set up the world's first women's refuge. Now, in response to a parliamentary question asked by the Honourable Member for Paisley and Renfrewshire North, the Government said that it remains committed to ratifying the Convention and set out what more needs to be done. The previous Government signalled the Istanbul Convention to show the strong commitment it placed on tackling violence against women and girls. And this Government, they said, remains committed to ratifying it. The UK already complies with the vast majority of the Convention's articles, but further amendments to domestic law to take extraterrestrial jurisdiction over a range of offences, as required by Article 44, are necessary before the Convention can be ratified. We are currently considering, they said, the approach to implementing the extraterritorial jurisdiction requirements in England and Wales, and will seek to legislate when the approach is agreed and parliamentary time allows. Now, according to the House of Commons Library, Article 44, which the Government were placing great weight on of the Convention, referred to there, states that parties shall take the necessary legislative or other measures to establish jurisdiction over any offence established in accordance with this Convention when the offence is committed, A, in their territory, or B, on board a ship flying their flag, or C, on board an aircraft registered under their laws, or D, by one of their nationals, or E, by a person who has her or his habitual residence in their territory. 2 says that parties shall endeavour to take the necessary legislative or other measures to establish jurisdiction over any offence established in accordance with this Convention where the offence is committed against one of their nationals or a person who has her or his habitual residence in their territory. For the prosecution of the offences established in accordance with Articles 36, 37, 38 and 39 of the Convention, parties shall take the necessary legislative or other measures to ensure that their jurisdiction is not subordinated to the condition that the acts are criminalised in the territory where they were committed. For the prosecution of the offences established in accordance with the Articles 36 to 39, parties shall take the necessary legislative or other measures to ensure that their jurisdiction as regards points D and E of paragraph 1 is not subordinated to the condition that the prosecution can only be initiated following the reporting by the victim of the offence or the laying of information by the state of the place where the offence was committed. 5 says that parties shall take the necessary legislative or other measures to establish jurisdiction over the offences established in accordance with this convention in cases where an alleged perpetrator is present or their territory and they do not extradite her or him to another party solely on the basis of her or his nationality. And then when more than one party claims jurisdiction over an alleged offence established in accordance with this convention, the parties involved shall where appropriate consult each other with a view to determining the most appropriate jurisdiction for prosecution. And this convention does not exclude any criminal jurisdiction exercised by a party in accordance with its internal law. So apparently this is why Article 44, why the government seem to be dragging their
give way on that
feet.
Point.
Yes, I will.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend for putting that on the record, and I think it's worthwhile just noting that the relevant articles there that were referred to, Articles 36, 37, 38 and 39, to follow on, make reference to sexual violence, including rape, Article 36, Article 37, forced marriage, Article 38, female genital mutilation, and Article 39, forced abortion and forced sterilisation.
Yes, my old friend is absolutely right to highlight what those articles were, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I was probably remiss in not mentioning them when I was going through them. But this is what the government are sort of hanging their hat on, it seems, in their response. So perhaps the Minister will be able to explain more about Article 44 and the difficulties that the government are experiencing with regard to Article 44, and no doubt with reference to the 4 articles that referred to in it that my honourable friend for Bury North mentioned as well. Yes, of course.
Will my honourable friend expand on how Article 44 links in with Article 77? Because under Article 77, a party ratifying this convention is able to specify which territories it applies to.
Well, my honourable friend makes a very good point, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and the answer to his question is I'm not sure I can. I think it's a thorny issue. Now, my honourable friend has a great advantage over me in that not only is he experienced in legal matters, which I certainly am not, but he also was for many years a member of the Council of Europe, and so I hope that we may be able to hear from some of that expertise later on. And he may, in passing, therefore, be able to answer his own question in a way that I'm not able to do. Now, the honourable member for Paisley and Renfrewshire North tabled an EDM on this subject that this House notes that the 8th of June 2016 marks the 4th anniversary of the UK government becoming a signatory to the Istanbul Convention on Violence Against Women and Girls, expresses disappointment that the government, despite outlining their commitment to do so several times, still has failed to ratify this important convention, recognises that women still face a significant amount of inequality, with 1 in 4 women experiencing some form of domestic, sexual or psychological abuse during their lifetimes, further notes that ratifying the Istanbul Convention should ensure that a series of preventative policies will be introduced to tackle and end violence against women, such as non-violent conflict resolution in relationships and the right to personal integrity being included in the school curriculum at all levels, congratulates the campaign group IC Change for their continuing work in applying pressure on the government to ratify the convention, and calls on the government to accede to this pressure and ensure ratification as soon as possible. Now, there's a few interesting things to note, a couple of interesting things to note on that early day motion, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The first is that when I last looked, there were 47 signatories to that EDM. So despite the fact that the Honourable Lady's contention was that the House was unanimous in its support for this, it doesn't seem to have found its way into finding its support there. But again, despite their attempts now, and what I would call a bit of backtracking, to try and start saying that they care about violence against men as well, which they didn't offer up in the earlier speeches we listened to, The EDM lets the cat out of the bag. They don't care about violence against women. They don't even a mention of violence against women. It's all about violence against women. So let's not try and pretend now, at this late stage, that this is about gender neutrality. It's not. And the people obviously know it's not. So let's not try and pretend it's something that it's not. The EDM let the cat out of the bag. There is actually an awful lot to the Convention, Mr Deputy Speaker, and far more than I intend to go through today. I'm sure you'll be relieved to know. Even though I'm sure you'd think I was in order to go through it, but I want to hear from other people too. But as this bill seeks to ensure the ratification of the Convention, it is all very relevant, and I'm not going to, like I say, I'm not going to go through all of it, but I do want to put on the record some of the very key facts in this Convention as I see them. Now, the Council of Europe's website sets out the position. They say that in simple terms, preventing violence against women and domestic violence can save lives and reduce human suffering, and governments that agree to be bound by the Convention will have to do the following. These are what the Council of Europe say. This is what has to be done. Train professionals in close contact with victims, regularly run awareness-raising campaigns, take steps to include issues such as gender equality and non-violent conflict resolution in interpersonal relationships in teaching material, set up treatment programmes for perpetrators of domestic violence and for sex offenders, work closely with NGOs, involve the media and the private sector in eradicating gender stereotypes and promoting mutual respect. I'm not entirely sure what the last thing means. It seems a bit like media censorship to me, but I'm not entirely sure what they have in mind. Preventing violence against women and domestic violence should not be left to the state alone, they say. In fact, the Convention calls on all members of society, in particular men and boys, to help reach its goal of creating a Europe free from all forms of violence against women and domestic violence. Violence against women is pervasive because misogynistic attitudes towards women persist. Each and every one of us can help challenge gender stereotypes, harmful traditional practices and discrimination against women. It is only by achieving real gender equality that violence against women can be prevented. So we can see, Mr Deputy Speaker, that this Convention goes way beyond actually trying to combat violence against women. It's got a much, much wider remit than people would have us believe. And they go on to say that when preventative measures have failed and violence incidents have happened, it is important to provide victims and witnesses with protection and support. This means police intervention and protection, as well as specialised support services such as shelters, telephone hotlines. It also means making sure that general social services understand the realities and concerns of victims of domestic violence and violence against women and support them accordingly in their quest to rebuild and resume their lives. And here's some examples of measures set forth in the Convention. Granting the police the power to remove a perpetrator of domestic violence from his or her home. In situations of immediate danger, the police need to be able to guarantee the safety of the victim. In many instances, this may mean ordering the perpetrator for a specified period of time to leave the family home and to stay away from the victim. Ensuring access to adequate information. Victims are usually traumatised and need easy access to clear and concise information on available services in a language they understand. Setting up easily accessible shelters in sufficient numbers and in an adequate geographical distribution. Victims come from a wide range of social realities. For instance, women from rural areas or disabled women need to have access to shelters as much as women from big cities, not even to mention once of a male victim of domestic violence. And I'm going to come on to about that in a second, about the supply of refuges for men and women, because that's very important to see how the government's fulfilling that particular point. Making available statewide 24/7 telephone helplines free of charge. Specialised helplines for victims of violence against women and domestic violence can direct the victims to the services they need. Setting up easily accessible rape, crisis or sexual violence referral centres. These centres provide immediate medical counselling, trauma care and forensic services and are extremely rare across Europe. They should be made more widely available. It should be borne in mind that it's not enough to set up protection structures and support services for victims. It is equally important to make sure victims are informed of their rights and know where and how to get help. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, I absolutely agree that victims should be better protected and have more of a voice in the justice system. But as far as I'm concerned, that applies to male victims as much as it does female victims. And when it comes to domestic violence, it's actually male victims who have the least support, not female ones. According to the Office for National Statistics, reports on violent crime and sexual offences, which relates to the year ending March 2015, released in February of this year, it said, overall 27.1% of women and 13.2% of men had experienced any domestic abuse since the age of 16, equivalent to an estimated 4.5 million female victims and 2.2 million male victims. Shocking figures, Mr Deputy Speaker. Indeed, new data from the Office of National Statistics for the year ending March 2016 found that of those who said to have experienced domestic abuse, 1.2 million were female and 651,000 were male. So, as I think we established earlier on, for every 3 victims of domestic abuse, 2 will be female, 1 will be male. Yet despite this 2/3, 1/3 split when it comes to victims, which I think we all must be agreed on, they are the official figures and nobody I've heard has argued with those figures, when it comes to victims, there is absolutely no such funding split. And perhaps the Minister will be able to explain when he comes to speak why there is no similar funding split. So according to the Mankind Initiative, 20 organisations offer refuge or safe house provision for male victims in the UK. A total of 82 spaces in those 20 organisations, of which in the whole country, Mr Deputy Speaker, the whole country, 24 spaces, 24 are dedicated to male domestic violence victims only. The rest are for victims of either gender. But only 82 are ones that men could possibly get a chance of, and only 24 are guaranteed for men in the whole country. For female victims, there are nearly 400 specialist domestic violence organisations providing refuge accommodation for women in the UK, with 4,000 spaces for over 7,000 women and children. So 2/3 of victims of domestic violence are women and 1/3 are men. 7,000 places in refuges for women, 82 maximum for men. Now, how can that possibly be gender neutral? How can that possibly be fair? I genuinely want to know why people think that that can possibly be fair if we are genuinely interested in being gender neutral. But of course we know, Mr Deputy Speaker, many people are not interested in being gender neutral. It's interesting too that male victims are much less likely to come forward than female victims, which again suggests that it's male victims who need more encouragement. Again, according to the Mankind Initiative, male victims, 29%, are over twice as likely than women, 12%, to not tell anyone about the partner abuse they are suffering from. Only 10% of male victims will tell the police, whereas 26% of women victims will tell the police. Only 23% will tell a person in an official position, compared to 43% of women, and only 11% will tell a health professional, compared to 23% of women. Further to this, when discussing abuse during childhood, in the recent MOJ report, Statistics on Women and the Criminal Justice System 2015, it states that for sexual abuse, 12% of female victims and 25% of males told someone they knew personally about childhood sexual assault by rape or penetration, including attempts at the time, usually a family member in 18% of cases. Only 10% of female victims told someone in an official position, with 8% reporting the abuse to the police. Only 2% of male victims reported the abuse to the police. So while sexual abuse is a huge issue amongst girls, absolutely is a huge issue amongst girls, with only 30% of victims telling anyone at all, it is also an issue amongst boys that is being massively underreported, with only 7% of victims telling anyone, of which only 2% of cases are the police. The Convention's position on the prosecution of perpetrators is interesting too. On this, the Council of Europe says that the Convention defines and criminalises the various forms of violence against women, as well as domestic violence. This is one of the many achievements of the Convention. To give effect to the Convention, state parties will have to introduce a number of new offences where they do not exist. These may include psychological and physical violence, sexual violence and rape, stalking, female genital mutilation, forced marriage, forced abortion and forced sterilisation. In addition, state parties will need to ensure that culture, tradition or so-called honour are not regarded as a justification for any of the above listed courses of conduct. Now, I'm not sure how we deal with the psychological violence point, Mr Deputy Speaker, but most of these offences can have male victims too. Not female genital mutilation, obviously, as that clearly relates only to females, and male circumcision is still considered to be legal. In the case of a forced abortion, which on the face of it is a female issue, if the person doing the forcing is not the father, then you potentially have a father who is the victim of a lost child, so it's not just the woman who might suffer in that situation. Again, according to figures obtained by Mankind, of those that suffered partner abuse in 2014-15, a higher proportion of men suffered from force, 37%, than women, 29%. For emotional and psychological abuse, the proportions were 61% and 63% respectively. So not a fat lot in it, as it happens. So there are almost exactly the same number of male victims of psychological abuse as female victims. Indeed, further to this, the recent MOJ report stated on the issue of psychological abuse of children, of those who experienced psychological abuse as a child, the perpetrator was more likely to have been the victim's mother, 40%, than the father, 35%. Women were more likely to have experienced this form of abuse from their mothers, 42%, than fathers, 33%, whereas men were equally likely to be abused by either parent. The matter of actual violence and injury is an interesting point too. Of those that suffered from partner abuse in 2012-13, 29% of men and 23% of women suffered a physical injury. A higher proportion of men suffered severe bruising or bleeding, 6%, and internal injuries or broken bones and teeth, 2%, than women, 4% and 1% respectively. 30% of men who suffer partner abuse have emotional and mental problems. 40%, the figure for that is 47% for women. And only 27% of men sought medical advice, while 73% of women did. Yet this bill would ensure the ratification of a convention which does nothing to address the domestic violence against men, just women. I want to just briefly mention the other offences which might on the face of it seem to only apply to women. Government figures show that 1 in every 5 victims of forced marriage is a man. 18% in 2013 there were 234 cases of forced marriage in the UK where the victim was a man. And on stalking, which many will no doubt assume involves a man stalking a woman, 2.4% of men and 4.9% of women in 2014-15 experienced stalking. So again, for every 3 victims of stalking, 2 of those victims are a woman, 1 is a man. And the Council of Europe says, once these new offences have found their way into the national legal systems, there is no reason not to prosecute offenders. On the contrary, state parties will have to take a range of measures to ensure the effective investigation of any alleged allegation of violence against women and domestic violence. So, state parties will have to take a range of measures to ensure the effective investigation of any alleged allegation of violence against women. Not have to take any range of measures to ensure the effective investigation of violence against men. No, that doesn't matter, it seems to me, by the Council of Europe's own words. This means that the law enforcement agencies will have to respond to calls for help, collect evidence and assess the risk of further violence to adequately protect the victim. Furthermore, state parties will have to carry out judicial proceedings in a manner that respects the rights of victims at all stages of the proceedings and that avoid secondary victimisation. Now, in February 2015, the Joint Committee on Human Rights published a report on the UK's progress towards ratification of the Convention. This was the report Violence Against Women and Girls. Again, violence against women and girls, Mr Deputy Speaker, nothing to do about men and boys. I don't know about anybody else, but if If somebody's son in this House, if somebody's son is the victim of violence, why would they consider that to be less important than if their daughter was a victim of violence? I would like to hear the honourable members explain why they think that violence against their son would be less important. Perhaps we might hear that from some people later on. We haven't so far. But their report was violence against women and girls. In February 20... Well, I'm glad I'm educated, the honourable gentleman, because he certainly knew nothing about the Article 1 of the Convention before I highlighted it to him. Chapter 8 of their report looked at ratification and began by setting out what others had said on ratification. The International Development Committee has called on the government to do more to address violence against women and girls within the UK. Again, violence against women and girls. The UK's international leadership is weakened by its failure to address violence against women and girls within its own borders. Professor Kelly argued in evidence that whilst the government is undertaking good work abroad regarding violence against women and girls, more needs to be done in the UK. I think we have a hypocrisy about human rights, it said. We talk about human rights internationally for others and we are mealy-mouthed about it at home. If we could have a common discourse that actually this happens here too, then I think we might be able to have a more constructive conversation about it. The Bar Human Rights Committee of England and Wales said ratification would emphasise that the state has a positive duty in law to intervene in a proactive way to modify practices that result in harm, violence and degradation to women and girls. It would provide a further basis in law for those who wish to persuade the state to provide adequate and meaningful resources to construct an effective mechanism to protect women from gender violence and harm. Again, this is not gender neutral. How can anyone argue that this convention is gender neutral? There's no gender neutral language anywhere in this convention for anyone to read. And the report set out the background to the then government's position, which I don't want to go through yeah.
I know he was saying that he wanted to make sure the members do again. We have a very long list of speakers, and I hope he will take that in mind. Philip Davies.
Yes, I appreciate that, Mr Deputy Speaker, and there are certain things that I say that nobody else can be trusted to say, Mr Deputy Speaker. And if we could actually rely on a balanced contribution from other people, then some of these things wouldn't need saying, but they clearly do need saying, and so I have.
Because who knows what people are going to speak, because I have a very long list, so I think some may be adding to what he's already said. Others may not. But that's part of the debate that we may come to, if he gives way. Philip Davies.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I take that on board. Others will not may not, I can assure you. But yes, you make a good point. But in which case, I think what I will do, Mr Deputy Speaker, which I think you would approve of, is rather than me setting out the background to the government's position, perhaps I'll leave that to the Minister to set out the government's position. I would like to think that the Minister's been suitably embarrassed about setting out the government's position so far, and but I'm looking forward to hearing it anyway. I'm sure he will. I'm sure he will get the chance. Now, it's worth noting that in the briefing, the Equality and Human Rights Commission acknowledged that most of the Istanbul Convention obligations are implemented through UK legislation, with recent steps being taken on many areas. So, for example, Mr Deputy Speaker, a prohibition on possession of rape pornography was introduced by Section 37 of the Criminal Justice and Courts Act 2015. This applies in England and Wales and brings the offence of possession of extreme pornographic images more in line with that applicable in Scotland. A new offence of controlling or coercive behaviour in intimate or familial relationships was introduced by Section 76 of the Serious Crime Act in 2015. An offence of forced marriage is now provided for in Sections 121 and 122 of the Antisocial Behaviour, Crime and Policing Act 2014. And the Female Genital Mutilation Act 2003 was amended by Section 73 of the Serious Crime Act 2015 to include FGM protection orders, and that is a civil measure which can be applied for through a family court and provides a means of protecting actual or potential victims of FGM. Now, I had an email from the Muslim Council of Britain supporting this bill. They quoted the United Nations Secretary-General Ban Ki-moon saying, "Violence against women continues to persist as one of the most heinous, systematic and prevalent human rights abuses in the world. It is a threat to all women and an obstacle to all our efforts for development, peace and gender equality in all societies. Let us take this issue with the deadly seriousness that it deserves. But I don't understand how violence against women is an obstacle to gender equality. I sometimes think I must be speaking in Swahili, but this would mean that all violence against women is committed by men. And as I've already said, this is patently not the case. So perhaps someone can explain to me how it is that violence by women on women is an obstacle to gender equality. The Muslim Council of Britain go on to say that there is indeed a unique opportunity to make the Istanbul Convention law in the UK so that we can show our support to women and girls who should be living free from any form of violence and the fear of it. I would agree with that sentiment, but I would agree with it more if it was talking about everyone and not just women and girls. The Fawcett Society said that the new landmark treaty of the Council of Europe opens the path for creating a legal framework at pan-European level to protect women against all forms of violence and prevent, prosecute and eliminate violence against women and domestic violence. It also establishes a monitoring body to evaluate implementation and progress. So more meddling from afar if we ratify this convention. And the Council of Europe has detail about the monitoring mechanisms that must be put in place if we were to ratify this convention. An independent expert body, the Group of Experts on Action Against Violence Against Women and Domestic Violence, known as GREVIO, Mr Deputy Speaker, which is initially composed of 10 members and will be subsequently be enlarged to 15 members following the 25th ratification, and a political body, the Committee of the Parties, which is composed of representatives of the parties to the Istanbul Convention. The task of GREVIO is to monitor the implementation of the Convention by the parties. Not something that we do in our own country. We've got this international body interfering and telling us how we're doing.
Well, forgive way.
Yes, I will.
Doesn't share my view that it may well be because of that sort of threat of interference. That's one of the reasons why the German government doesn't wish to ratify this convention, because a lot of searching questions will be asked about their attitude to what happened in Cologne on New Year's Eve last year.
Good point. Well, my honourable friend may well be right, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'm loath to speak up for the German government, but I don't know what their motivation is, but that is entirely possible. I think it may well be unwelcome to have these meddling, interfering bodies actually telling us how we're doing, when many of these people from in their own countries are doing far less than we're doing in our own country. We see that time and time again with these international bodies who are supposed to be monitoring what we're doing. They'd be better off monitoring what they're doing in their own countries rather than monitoring what we're doing in this country. The GREVIO could also adopt, where appropriate, general recommendation on themes and concepts of the Convention. It'd be a living document. It wouldn't just stick at where we are today. We've seen this with the European Convention of Human Rights. The Committee of the Parties follow up on GREVIO reports and conclusions and adopts recommendations to the parties concerned. So this would be an ever-moving feast that we will be signing up to, Mr Deputy Speaker. And it's also responsible for the election of the GREVIO members. So there would be two forms of monitoring procedures, a country-by-country evaluation procedure and a special inquiry procedure too. So a special inquiry procedure could be initiated by GREVIO when there is reliable information indicating that action is required to prevent a serious, massive or persistent pattern of any acts of violence covered by the Convention. In such a case, GREVIO may request the urgent submission of a special report by the party concerned. And after being examined by GREVIO, the findings of the inquiry are transmitted to the party and, where appropriate, to the Committee of the Parties and the Committee of Ministers of the Council of Europe, together with any comments and recommendations. What an absolute bureaucratic nightmare we are going to be getting ourselves into if we were to ratify this particular convention, Mr Deputy Speaker. And we've seen how the public confidence in the European Convention of Human Rights has been undermined time after time after time by ridiculous findings, ridiculous rulings, perverse rulings that could never have been intended at the time that the Convention was ratified. It's perfectly clear that this would end up in exactly the same way. An ever-moving feast, the goalposts always being changed to suit this of some kind of politically correct agenda, and the government would be hamstrung by it because it had ratified something that it didn't really know what it was getting itself into. They even have, Mr Deputy Speaker, a flowchart explaining what happens under the urgent inquiry procedures, which I won't say any more about, other than to note that agreeing to be party to things obviously has consequences, and the procedures to ensure that the obligations are met are clear for all to see. And then you have integrated policies that you have to follow, which again I'd like the Minister to give some meat to, about how he sees the government implementing these integrated policies. An effective response to such violence requires concerted action by many different actors, they say. So they'd be interfering, this is where they'd be interfering with law enforcement agencies, the judiciary. They even mention on their website. Now, we always took it in this place, Mr Deputy Speaker, that, and in fact I've heard some of the people today who are arguing for this convention have been some of the ones who have been most robust in saying that people in this House should not be interfering in the judiciary in our country, that we should respect the independence of the judiciary. And yet, clearly, by ratifying this particular convention, it actually says on the website that they would be looking to actions from the law enforcement agencies, the judiciary, NGOs, child protection agencies and other relevant partners that they deem that they join forces on a particular case. What on earth would we be getting ourselves into by signing up to this convention, Mr Deputy Speaker? We can sort these things out for ourselves. We can pass any laws we want in this country to sort out any problems that we deem fit. We do not have to sign up to some supranational body, interfering, meddling body that wants to intervene in the independence of our judiciary, potentially, in order to sort out violence against other people, even violence against women and girls. And so I oppose this bill because it actually introduces unnecessary meddling from supranational bodies that we can quite do without, and that we can deal with particularly well ourselves with our courts if we have the guts and the willpower to actually send perpetrators of violence and domestic violence to prison and keep them in prison. That's the best thing we can do in this House, but nobody seems to want to do that on the benches opposite today. They'd just sooner do some virtue signalling with this bill. Of course I'll give way to that.
I'm very grateful, Madam President. He says he's against this bill, but at least we've got a bill. If it hadn't been for the Honourable Lady bringing forward this bill, this House might never have been able to discuss this whole issue before the government went ahead and ratified the convention.
Well, my honourable friend is absolutely right, and I did at the start, and I do so again, congratulate the Honourable Lady for bringing this forward, because it's important that the public know that something with a very worthy sounding title and a worthy sentiment behind it, what the full implications of it are, and why actually some of us are opposed to these supranational bodies interfering in what we do in this country. But I'm against it for that reason, and I'm against it because we should have a convention that deals with all violence, violence against men as well as violence against women. I, of course, Mr Deputy Speaker, we oppose violence against women, but I, for one, equally oppose violence against men and boys, and having a strategy for one but not the other is just not acceptable to me. And it really is as simple as that. I cannot understand for the life of me how political correctness has become so entrenched in this country that people here today can see nothing wrong with a whole policy based on violence based simply on one sex, when unbelievably the evidence shows that it is the other sex who are more likely to be victims of violent crime than that. And also there are lots of male victims of domestic violence too. As I find myself saying all too often, Mr Deputy Speaker, you couldn't make it up.
Good Dabada.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and that is 78 minutes that I believe I'm never going to get back.
Yes.
I'm going to have clapping. Let's get on with the speeches. Come on,
I have read the convention, and I spent 26 years working on violence against women and domestic violence, including domestic violence victims who were male. And I'm going to start by my very brief speech by answering some of the honourable gentleman's remarks. Mr Deputy Speaker, the majority of victims, if the honourable gentleman refers to his own speech and to the British Crime Service, survey statistics, he will know that the overwhelming majority of victims of sexual assault, rape, chronic ongoing domestic abuse, severe domestic abuse causing injury, coercive control and domestic homicide are female, and that this is specifically connected both to their gender and to gender inequality. Violence against women is both a cause and a consequence of gender inequality, and that's why we have a gender-specific convention. Because if we want to tackle gender inequality, and I do, we have to tackle the specific circumstances, belief systems, structures and behaviours behind violence against women, hence the need for the convention. He asks for neutral legislation. I say to him, when you remain neutral in a situation of profound inequality, you are only siding with the powerful against the powerless. And I may also add, Mr Deputy Speaker, he's asked why there are so few refuges purpose-built for men. I'll tell the honourable member exactly why there are so many refuges for women, because I've been part of that movement for 26 years. Women set up refuges for women. There was never anything stopping men setting up refuges for men. But I know why they haven't set up so many, because I worked for many years for Respect, for 10 years, which, amongst other things, runs the Men's Advice Line, the national helpline for male victims of domestic violence. I was the research manager there, so I know a thing or two. I can tell you that many men called the Men's Advice Line each year, but refuge was very, very rarely what these men wanted. They wanted a listening ear, and they wanted practical advice and legal information, and that's what they got. I was going to speak extensively about the work with perpetrators that I've been involved in for about 10 years. I've crossed out a lot of bits of my speech because I don't want to filibuster this bill out of time. So instead, I'm just going to quote briefly from research which I helped set up whilst I was the research manager at Respect, the national organisation for work with perpetrators of domestic violence and for work with male victims. This research was called the Mirabel research. You can look it up online on the Respect website. It was carried out by Professor Liz Kelly and Professor Nicole Westmoreland, who were profoundly sceptical about the value of perpetrator programmes when they started. But they found that most men who complete, and yes, it was men, we only examine men in this research programme. That doesn't mean there aren't female perpetrators. It just means we were looking specifically at men in this research. Most men who completed a Respect-accredited domestic violence perpetrator programme stop using violence. And they reduce most other forms of abuse against their partner. I can say that at the start, almost all the women said their partners had used some form of physical or sexual violence in the past 3 months. 12 months later, the research team found that after their partner or ex-partner had completed the programme, most said that the physical and sexual violence had stopped. Most, not all. Programmes do not replace the criminal justice system or the civil justice system. They are a complement to it. But they are part of the solution, Mr Deputy Speaker. Absolutely. Because if we are going to put men in prison, as the Honourable Member for Shipley has asked for, we still need to know what we're going to do with them. They will still have relationships with their children, whether they're inside prison or outside. And one day, most of them will come out. And when they do, they will have new partners. Why not work out how we can work with these men, many of whom say they would like to try and change, some of whom do not, but whose partners, I might add, often say that what they really want is for their partner to change. And most of the partners and ex-partners of men on these programmes in the research said that they felt or are safer after their partner or ex-partner completed the programme. Scrubbed out more, you can look it up online if you want to know the detail. I'm just going to give you a couple of examples before sitting down and allowing the Minister to give more remarks, which I hope will be helpful in concluding the passage of this stage of the bill. In my experience as a facilitator at DVIP Domestic Violence Intervention Programme, I found many ways in which women became safer as a result. One was when their partner changed their attitudes, behaviour and stopped using violence. And we knew this because we had a separate but linked women's partner support project which told us whether or not the women felt or were safer. For some women, however, the programme helped them to be safe because they themselves, for the first time, were able to get help, advice and a way of moving attention away from them as responsible for the violence and allowing them to end the relationship safely. I can remember one woman particularly who I never met, who had a newborn baby. I was working with her partner in the men's programme. She was living under such extreme control that the only time, Mr Deputy Speaker, that she was free and safe to talk to the women's support worker was when we, the men's facilitators, had her partner in the room with us. Yeah. Over several weeks, she was able to gain confidence and develop a safe plan for leaving, whilst meanwhile, in the room with us, her partner, an arrogant man with a huge sense of entitlement, gradually, through talking a lot about it, revealed more and more about his behaviour until we had enough information to report him to the authorities, who took action. In some cases, the women and children were safer because we were able to find out more about the perpetrator's risk to other people through the individual assessment and group work, which contributed to the coordinated community response. For instance, I can think of one such man who, after he'd had to put himself in the role of a child, his own child, whilst other men in the room and facilitators reenacted an violent incident which he had committed, he completely withdrew his application for child contact and sent a message to his ex-partner via her solicitor that he realised how frightened she must be and their child, and that he would wait until she decided the time was right and safe. Above all, Mr Deputy Speaker, we, the group work facilitators, we modelled how a relationship between a man and a woman based on equality actually works, which for many of the men we worked with was the first time they'd ever seen it. We modelled disagreements where we disagreed but dealt with it respectfully. And as the only woman in the room, I was often the person whom the men in the room had to use to learn to manage how to disagree with a woman without being abusive or controlling or domineering or trying to have the last word. I know many people, particularly women's groups, who were rightly concerned or even very suspicious of perpetrator programmes when they started, and some are still. And I have to say that's why a good accreditation system is so important, and that's why I declare an interest. I work for Respect and I help develop that accreditation system, and I'm very proud of it because it differentiates between a programme which is doing good work, challenging men and some women who are perpetrators of domestic violence, from those who are not effective. Finally, Mr Deputy Speaker, ratifying this convention would place requirements on the UK government to take the steps that it contains. It will be a statement of commitment, and in so many ways, Mr Deputy Speaker, we as a nation are ahead of the rest of the world. We've led the way in setting up refuges, developing perpetrator programmes in both Scotland, where so many of my colleagues in the Change and Midlothian programmes, subsequently the Caledonian programme, and in England and Wales with DVIP and the rest, have set up pioneering work to challenge men whose behaviour is violent and abusive. We have set up prevention work with young people in schools, something else I was involved in before becoming an MP. We've developed risk assessment and risk management. We have nothing to fear, and neither does the Honourable Member for Shipley. We have nothing to fear from adopting the Istanbul Convention. It does not preclude us from helping men and boys, and nor should it. It merely does what it says, which is to acknowledge that we are living in a situation of profound gender inequality, which is both caused and a consequence of violence against women and girls. And it's about time we ratified this convention, because the safety of women and children is too important not to do it. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Minister Brandon Lewis.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. First of all, I want to congratulate the member for Bamford Buchanan for introducing this bill on such an important topic with a powerful opening speech. Government is absolutely committed to tackling violence against women and girls in all its forms. The coalition government shared this commitment and in 2012 signed the Istanbul Convention to signal how seriously it took its responsibility for tackling violence against women and girls. This government remains committed to ratifying the convention. Now, before I turn to the detail of the bill, I do want to be very clear. The measures already in place in the United Kingdom protect women and girls from violence in nearly all cases, or comply and go no further than the convention requires. I also think it is worth noting the speech, the powerful speech, to be fair, from my honourable friend, the member for Shipley, who gave us all food for thought and made a very valid point in the sense of we have to remember that there is violence against men and boys, there is male rape, and that is equally unacceptable. But we are dealing today with a specific private member's bill. And we do know that some crimes disproportionately affect women and girls. The United Kingdom is leading the way internationally in efforts to tackle this in all its forms. In the last 4 years, we have undertaken a significant amount of work to ensure that victims are supported, perpetrators are brought to justice, and that we do all we can to prevent these crimes happening in the first place.
The Minister said that there are certain crimes that disproportionately affect women and girls. There are more male victims of violent crime than female victims of violent crime. Surely the Minister can acknowledge and accept that. This bill is not dealing with one of the issues that he's referring to there.
Well, first of all, I would say to honourable members opposite, the honourable gentleman, honourable friend of the member for Shipley, has every right to contribute to this debate. So murmuring from the bench's sedentary position when he wants to intervene and make actually a point that backs up the powerful speech he made, I think is actually inappropriate and misses the point of having a debate in this House. But I would say to my honourable friend, I will come to some of the issues in a minute, but there is obviously a difference in terms of the number of people who are affected by domestic abuse and domestic sexual abuse, which does predominantly affect women. Although I do acknowledge, if we look at crime across the country, particularly violent crime, men are suffering from that. And he is right in the point he made that we should be equally intolerant of that, and sentencing should reflect that. And I will just touch on a few specific issues. Introducing new laws, as we have done, to ensure perpetrators of violence against women and girls face consequences for their actions, including the criminalisation of forced marriage, 2 new stalking offences and a new offence of domestic abuse covering, controlling and coercive behaviour. Introducing new tools to protect victims and prevent these crimes from happening has happened as well. We now have 2 new civil orders to manage sex offenders. Domestic violence protection orders have been rolled out nationally, and we've introduced the Domestic Violence Disclosure Scheme, known clearly as Clare's Law, which allows women to check if their partner has a violent history. We have raised awareness amongst the public and professionals, for example, through our acclaimed Teenage Relationship Abuse campaign, which encouraged teens to rethink their views of violence, abuse, controlling behaviour and consent, and new statutory guidance on forced marriage, female genital mutilation and domestic abuse. Driving a culture of change in the police's response to this is also important, and we've been working on that. This includes ensuring that the recommendations from Her Majesty's Inspector of Constabulary's review into domestic abuse are acted upon. All forces have now published domestic abuse action plans. And we have a range of activity to tackle so-called honour-based violence. This includes significantly strengthening the law on female genital mutilation and forced marriage, introducing female genital mutilation protection orders and a new mandatory reporting duty, and launching the Home Office's unit specifically looking at female genital mutilation. And while the nature of these crimes and much of what I've just outlined, some of which is cross both men and women, but while the nature of these crimes is often gendered, I do recognise, as my honourable friend has rightly pointed out, that men and boys can also be victims of domestic and sexual violence, and they too deserve support and protection. All our policies are applied fairly and equitably to all perpetrators and victims of crime, irrespective of gender. And I recognise that male victims may need more specific support. Actually, as my honourable friend, the member Shipley, rightly outlined, if we see some of the reaction on things like Twitter, that highlights why sometimes male victims may need very specific support to feel the confidence to come forward in the way that more and more women now do. That's why the Home Office funds the Men's Advice Line, which provides support to male victims of domestic violence, as well as Gallup, which provides information and support to the LGBT community who may be affected by violence and abuse. We're also providing central government funding to support victims, including for refugees, rape support centres, national helplines, independent sexual violence advisors and independent domestic violence advisors, as well as services to support victims of female genital mutilation and forced marriage, and those seeking to support to exit prostitution, and funding to support new early intervention models developed by some of our partners in the sector. In taking forward this work, the UK is already fully compliant with the vast majority of the Convention's articles which require signatories to ensure 4 key things. Legal measures are in place to address violence against women and girls. Secondly, there is appropriate support for victims. Thirdly, professionals understand the issues. And fourth, there is government oversight. So we are making progress. More and more victims are having the confidence to come forward, and police referrals, prosecutions and convictions for offences are all at their highest ever levels. But we are not, and we cannot be complacent. On the 8th of March, we published our new cross-government violence against women and girls strategy, which sets out our ambition that by the end of this Parliament, no victim of abuse is turned away from the support that they need. That strategy is underpinned by increasing the funding of £80 million for tackling violence against women and girls between now and 2020. This includes protecting the funding for rape support centres, £1 million for national helplines, a 2-year fund for refugees and a new £15 million violence against women and girls transformation fund to promote the very early intervention and prevention that the Honourable Lady just outlined. And this dedicated funding is supported by funding for innovative programmes provided through the Police Transformation Fund and the Police Innovation Fund, our Troubled Families programme, and further funding through the tampon tax. In addition, last week, we published a national statement of expectations which sets out the action local areas should take to ensure victims get the support they deserve. We published guidance for local commissioners, announced that we would introduce a new stalking protection order to allow the police and the courts to intervene early to keep victims safe and to stop stranger stalking before it escalates. And we made available a range of additional resources on domestic abuse, including updated guidance on the Domestic Violence Disclosure Scheme. We want to see this new funding and the new tools we have introduced used to aid, promote and embed the best local practice and ensure that early intervention and prevention become the norm. The measures we have introduced since 2012 have helped to strengthen our compliance with the Istanbul Convention. And as I've said, in nearly all cases, we do comply with, or in fact go further than the Convention itself requires. And whilst some have suggested that the UK not ratifying the Convention signals a lack of commitment in tackling this issue internationally, I should also stress that we, as a country, have played a leading role in ending these crimes overseas. We should be proud of the international leadership we have shown at the Global Summit to end sexual violence in conflict and at the 2014 Girls' Summit to end female genital mutilation and forced marriage. The Department for International Development runs a £35 million programme to tackle female genital mutilation and a £36 million programme to end child, early and indeed forced marriage, and are also helping many countries take more effective action to tackle violence against women and girls. And the Foreign and Commonwealth Office have increased their programme resources to tackle this by more than 60% in recent years, and its spending on these projects has increased by £2.6 million since 2015. As I say, we are absolutely committed to ratifying the Convention, but before we do that, we must ensure we are fully compliant with it. We have already taken one of the legislative steps necessary to ratify it by criminalising forced marriage as required by Article 37. And members have referred to specific articles, and I'll deal with one again my honourable friend the member for Shipley rightly pointed out. Further amendments to domestic law are, however, necessary to comply with the extraterritorial jurisdiction requirements, which are in Article 44 of the Convention. Article 44 requires the United Kingdom to take extraterritorial jurisdiction over these offences established in accordance with the Convention when committed abroad by UK nationals. We already have extraterritorial jurisdiction over some of the offences covered by the Convention, including the common law offence of murder, sexual offences against children, forced marriage and female genital mutilation. But we need to amend domestic law to take extraterritorial jurisdiction over a range of other offences. In England and Wales as well as in Scotland and Northern Ireland, before we are fully compliant and are able to ratify the Convention. As a general rule, government policy on the jurisdiction of our courts is that criminal offending is best dealt with by the criminal justice system of the state in whose territory the offence occurred. Exceptionally, taking extraterritorial jurisdiction is necessary to address serious crimes committed overseas as a matter of domestic policy or as part of an international consensus in which we participate. Any extension, moreover, has an impact on the criminal justice agencies, courts, prisons, including potentially increased demands on their resources. So we need to ensure that we are able to consider carefully the extent to which it is necessary to take extraterritorial jurisdiction for compliance with the Convention. Now, we have carefully considered this bill, and before I outline that, I'll happily take the intervention.
To the Minister for giving way. Would you agree with me that rape is a particularly serious offence that should be covered by extraterritorial jurisdiction? And would you also agree that the deterrent aspect of extraterritorial jurisdiction will stop women being taken out of the country to be violated?
Well, as I say, there is a range of areas covered by the Convention that includes murder, sexual offences against children and forced marriage, as I say, female genital mutilation. And the whole point is actually we do need to look carefully at what is covered by extraterritorial jurisdiction before we take a step further in that regard. And we have carefully considered this bill, and we do support its key principles, which place a duty on the government to take all reasonable steps to enable us to become compliant with the Convention, to require the government to lay before Parliament a report setting out the steps to be taken to enable us to ratify the Convention, and require the government to make an annual report to Parliament, as the Honourable Lady outlined in her opening speech, on the measures taken forward to enable the UK to ratify the Convention, including any legislative proposals and, post-ratification, any measures taken to ensure that we remain compliant. As I've made clear, as my honourable friend, the member for Twickenham earlier on made clear in her powerful statement, we are committed to ratifying the Convention. And in principle, therefore, we welcome this bill. But I also need to be clear that there are some aspects of it which we do need to consider carefully. As members will appreciate, the Istanbul Convention applies to the whole of the UK, and it covers areas which are devolved, such as crime and criminal justice matters. I'm therefore keen to ensure that we have the appropriate time to consult more fully with the devolved administrations on the measures in this bill. In particular, the government does have concerns about the timescale put forward in Clause 2, which would require the government to lay a report which includes the date by which we expect the UK to be able to ratify the Convention within 4 weeks of this Act receiving royal assent. Now, the Honourable Lady mentioned just now areas that could be considered for extraterritorial jurisdiction. Any new area for extraterritorial jurisdiction provision will require primary legislation in Scotland and Northern Ireland, as well as in England and Wales. And I do therefore have some reservations about the 4-week timescale. In addition, I'm just going to continue for this point for a moment, then I'll give way. In addition, Clause 3, Part 1E, would require the government to lay an annual report post-ratification which sets out the UK's ongoing compliance with the Convention. As members may be aware, once we have ratified the Convention, we will be required to provide updates to the Council of Europe on compliance. So this clause in itself risks duplicating that existing requirement. Happy to give way to the Honourable Lady.
I thank the Minister for giving way. Has he been able to consider any alternative timetable that he might bring to this House if he disagrees with what's been proposed in the bill? And secondly, could he also commit in principle then that there will be government time allocated to the ratification of the Istanbul Convention?
Well, hopefully my very next few words will put the Honourable Lady's mind at rest when I say that these are areas, both these points and others that members may wish to raise, are areas which we will all want to consider more fully in consultation with the devolved administrations and return to a committee stage of the bill. However, at this stage, I'm pleased to say that the government supports the bill in principle.
Sarah Champion.
Deputy Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for his words. I will go into some detail on what he said, if that's acceptable. I want to start by congratulating the honourable member from Banff and Buchanan, both for securing this private members' bill, but also for the hard work and graft she and her team have done to make sure this issue remains on the government agenda, maintains a high profile and is within this country given the recognition it deserves. I think in your opening remarks you said that in a year there'd been 58,000 cases of domestic violence in Scotland alone, and then went on to say that across the world 1 in 3 women will experience some form of abuse. I mean, that says to us why incredibly important this debate is, but also ratification of this convention is. I'd like to also pick up, the next speech was by the honourable member from Twickenham, and she said in her experience in her own constituency and speaking to the police, and one of the police had said to her, "We are more unsafe in our own homes than we are on the streets." Again, that very clearly illuminated the scale and the risks that women are facing on a daily basis. The honourable member from Birmingham and Yardley incredibly emotionally spoke of the work when she used to run a refuge, and made us all realise that Christmas is a very, very significant time for many families, when women are doing everything they possibly can to abate the violence that they live with on a daily basis, so that their children can experience a safe Christmas, if not a joyful one. The Honourable Member for Shipley, I did agree with him on one point, that is that we all in this House want true equality, but where we get true equality is dealing with gendered violence when we see it, so that then we can go forward on an equal basis. And sadly, unless we ratify this bill, and unless the government keeps going with the sterling work it's doing to eliminate violence against women and girls internationally, we will never get to that point. It was particularly poignant when the Honourable Member from Bristol West spoke about her former role working for the highly regarded charity Respect on perpetrator programmes to prevent violence. We focus so much on the crime, we tend not to focus on prevention, and I think that's where we as a society are falling short. It's absolutely right that unless we address the underlying motivations that lead to the violence within relationships, the coercive control within relationships, we will never eradicate this problem, no matter how good our legislation is. And I know from previously speaking to the Honourable Member, she said something which has always struck with me, which is over the decades that she's worked with offenders, she's only met one or two that, had there been appropriate intervention at an early age, be that 6, 16, 26, they would not have become a perpetrator. And I think it's our duty in this House to make sure that perpetrator programmes and also early intervention programmes are at the core of all that we do. I then want to turn to the Minister, and the Minister is perfectly placed, and I was really welcomed you saying that you're going to do much more working with the police, so that it's not just about getting the legislation in this place, it's about getting it applied on the ground to protect everyone, so that we can all have a safe society. And I do commend the police, because in the last sort of 10 years they have moved seismically from where they were of not even really acknowledging in some cases that domestic violence could go on, to the position that they're in now, where they are very actively getting involved. I would ask the Minister to look as well, when he speaks to the police, if he could actually ask them, when they go into a call about domestic violence, if they could actually look to make sure that the children are safe as well, because I'm still hearing cases where that isn't an automatic. I'm very pleased to be able to say that from the outset I support this bill. I'm proud that the Leader of the Opposition has confirmed that a Labour government would ratify the Istanbul Convention. In a post-Brexit Britain, international conventions and their obligations become more and more important than ever. They provide us with an external perspective to learn from other countries. International human rights conventions create clear standards and minimum expectations that every citizen can rely on. An area where we should always be aspiring to achieve more, and I know is of great importance to this House, is the elimination of violence against women and girls. Ending violence against women and girls requires a radical, seismic and societal shift in power and attitudes, and this House must be instrumental in that work. We must be instrumental because we need to acknowledge across the House that this is gendered violence carried out against women and girls because they are women and girls. And it's this that makes the Council of Europe's Convention on Preventing and Combating Violence Against Women and Girls and Domestic Violence, otherwise known as the Istanbul Convention, so important. It's a historic treaty that provides for an international legal framework for tackling violence against women and girls. It's the first of its kind, and I'm proud that it was a Labour government that led the negotiations that brought it into existence. If implemented, the Convention will provide a step change in the way that violence against women and girls is considered, tackled and prevented. It requires states to take a comprehensive action, set out minimum standards and creates legally binding measures to tackle and prevent violence against women and girls. The Istanbul Convention sets out the need to place victims at the centre of all measures to tackle violence against women and girls. It highlights the role of civic society and calls on governments to ensure those organisations have the resources and recognition to do a good job. The Convention sets out what survivors of violence need and can expect from their government to live in safety. Of vital importance, the Convention calls on states to prevent violence, to take steps to eradicate the practices, the customs, the traditions and all other issues that contribute to violence. The sheer strength of the Convention only serves to show how disappointing it is that the government are yet to ratify it. Mr Deputy Speaker, it's now been 4 years and 6 months since the government signed it. As the honourable member from Birmingham and Yardley has said, the government should be congratulated on where they've progressed to end violence against women and girls. The Home Office's Ending Violence Against Women and Girls strategy shows a demonstrable commitment to tackling these heinous crimes, and I particularly welcome that the Minister went into some detail about the work that this government is doing internationally. It's a source of great pride to all of us as a country, and that the government should be commended on that. But we do have so much further to go. As the Equality and Human Rights Commission has said, a legislative commitment to implement the Istanbul Convention would drive forward important and necessary changes to the way the UK currently protects women and girls against violence. But without ratification, the Convention is just a piece of paper. Without ratification, it affords no one rights, it creates no minimum standards, and it renders it impossible to hold the government to account. The government have said, and I'm very grateful to the Minister, that they are committed to ratification. Yet despite a coordinated and consistent campaign from members across the House and charities and the public, the government does appear to be dragging its feet. The Minister has said that the government need to establish the extraterritorial jurisdiction over a range of offences, as is required in the Convention prior to ratification. But, Minister, the government's been saying this since July 2014. Both the Home Office and Ministers of Justice have given the same excuse for their failure to ratify the Convention for 2.5 years. It's understandable that obstacles to ratification exist. They existed for all the signatory countries, and yet our government are yet to actually inform the House what exact legislative changes are needed. When will the government set out the timetable for overcoming the obstacles to ratifications? Can the Minister tell us how many offences will need legislative change? As the Minister said, these changes will cut across devolved and reserved powers. So what conversations has he had with the 3 devolved parliaments and the assemblies? Will the government commit today to setting out the timetable to achieve across UK and cross-government changes when they need to ratify the Convention? We know that changes to domestic law are required. We understand that. This bill will hold the government to their commitments. Mr Deputy Speaker, I believe there are 2 substantive areas of government policy that require improvement in order to meet the provisions under the Convention, although they are absolutely not a prevention of ratification. The first is on the urgent need for statutory, age-appropriate sex and relationship education in schools to give children the knowledge and resilience and confidence they need to maintain healthy friendships and recognise abusive or coercive behaviour. The Convention provides explicit requests for education work to help prevent violence. We can make huge steps towards fulfilling this requirement with the statutory sex and relationship education. The Convention also gives all survivors of domestic abuse the right to access specialist support services, which they need to live in safety and rebuild their lives. Yet refuge services see their funding shrinking. Without a strategic approach for the delivery of funding of specialist domestic violence services across the country, this government cannot claim to meet the provision in the Convention. To conclude, Mr Deputy Speaker, today's bill will provide a duty to take all reasonable steps to overcome the final obstacles towards ratification. It will push the government forward on the reforms needed to meet provisions in the Convention, such as sustainable funding for specialist refuges and statutory sex and relationship education in schools. It will provide us with the evidence we need that the government is truly committed to ratification of the Convention and a timetable to prove that they will actually do it. We need urgent action to tackle and prevent violence against women and girls, and this bill would show that the government is committed to that goal. I therefore urge all members to support this bill.
Yeah. Speaker. And first of all, I'd like to pay tribute to the Honourable Member for Banff and Buchan for bringing this private member's bill to the House. For me, tackling violence against women and girls is not a party political issue. It's a matter of basic humanity that unites us all across the House. And we've heard the statistics. 1 in 3 women globally are subject to physical or sexual violence. And it is appalling that 20 years after the UN declared violence against women and girls a global pandemic, almost half of the women who are homicide victims around the world were killed by intimate partners or family members. Just 6% of men suffered the same fate. And earlier this month, the Femicide census powerfully set out how 936 women in this country have been killed by men in England and Wales in the last 6 years. To make this clear, this is 3 women every week for 6 years. And we owe it to those 936 women to do all we can to tackle violence against them, whether it occurs in our constituency, our county, our country, or in the wider world. Now, I was asked to attend this debate by several constituents today, including Kirsty Stage, who is in her lower 6th year at school just outside my constituency. And she said to me that, and I quote, "Our failure to ratify the Istanbul Convention, which we helped to draft, is embarrassing." And I think we all appreciate the legal complexities do take time to unpick. And I'm glad that the Minister has been able to clarify what progress has been made and indicate a pathway on how the remaining issues will be resolved. But I also thought long and hard before making a contribution today, because we've heard some very powerful speeches in recent weeks from people with direct personal experience who are now frontline campaigners. But I believe it's important for MPs like me, as a white middle-class male, to also contribute. Violence against women and girls is an issue that we should all take very seriously. And it is very important to our constituents that we do so. It shouldn't be just left to females and campaigners to make the case, because these crimes are largely committed by men, and we as men must challenge them. This is not just a women's issue or a gender issue, it's a human dignity issue, and one that our society should be exercised by. Now, as constituency MPs, we all see the very human impacts of domestic violence, how it ruins families, leads to long-term health problems, and leaves lasting emotional impacts. And we also see how important local frontline services are in providing safe spaces where women can start to rebuild their lives. And I'd like to pay tribute at this point to the Salisbury Women's Refuge and all its staff, the outstanding work they have done in this area over the last 32 years. And when I visited last July, I was reminded that refuges are unique services. When other support is not accessible or appropriate in a crisis of these sensitivities, they provide much-needed safe breathing space. And in the Salisbury Refuge, staff work around the clock, 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, to help women, and often their small children, live independently and access the support they need. It's more than just a safe building. It's counselling and emotional support. It provides budgeting assistance and access to educational programmes. And as the manager Sue Cox said on our local Spire FM radio station recently, is about making sure that by the time they leave, everything's on top form. Now, services such as these are truly vital, and is therefore extremely welcome that the government has pledged £80 million in funding to protect them, and that the Minister has pledged to ensure this resourcing remains under review, and I hope that this will lead to further resources if necessary in the future. Protecting victims is a key plank of the Istanbul Convention, including accessible shelters, 24/7 telephone helplines and crisis centres. Not every country has the same infrastructure and wealth of NGO expertise as we do, and in many places these remain aspirational. And when we ratify the Convention, we'll be sending a clear signal that we want to see those services extended so that they can work effectively not just in our constituencies but everywhere around the world. But as the bill rightly notes, this is not an issue that can be resolved by one individual agency. The Convention calls for concerted action by many different actors, and for the government to ensure that we have comprehensive and coordinated policies involving government agencies, NGOs, as well as national, regional and local parliaments. And it is important to consider how we can work across constituency boundaries at a national level. Now, since 2010, this government has made preventing violence against women and girls and supporting survivors a key priority. And I pay tribute to our Prime Minister for her commitment to keeping this issue at the top of the agenda and ensuring that the national strategy did not fall by the wayside. And I welcome the significant new legislation that has been introduced to tackle stalking, forced marriage, female genital mutilation and revenge pornography. Crucially, a new domestic abuse offence ensures that coercive or controlling behaviour can be punished appropriately. The speed at which these changes have been made demonstrates the government's serious commitment to ensuring professionals have all the right tools at their disposal. And this is reinforced by the fact that in 2014-15, we saw total prosecutions for violence against women and girls offences reach the highest levels ever recorded. However, sometimes the legal tools are not enough, and national action is needed to address the root causes of inequality and discrimination and to support programmes that prevent domestic violence from happening in the first place. And as the Prime Minister wrote in the foreword to the government strategy, from health providers to law enforcement to employers and friends and family, we all need to play our part. And every interaction must be treated as an opportunity to intervene. The Femicide report talks about a girl who was just 17 years old telling her family that she knew that one day her ex-partner would kill her. And he did. And as MPs, we have to ask how these critical failures can occur and what more we can do to stop them in future. And this will require more than just a shift in attitudes, but also understanding the value of preventative and educational programmes. And in my county, the Swindon and Wiltshire Police and Crime Commissioner, Angus McPherson, recognised the value of such approaches through innovation funding. Splits is one such charity that was commissioned in Wiltshire, and they used a grant to develop a project working directly with young people on what a respectful relationship was. Now, at the start of the project, around 60% of young people recognised the different forms of domestic violence, and this increased to 93% at the end of the project. Now, if just 10% of the audience of these workshops were better able to identify the signs of abusive relationships early on, financial savings could be in excess of 5.6 million, to say nothing of the human and emotional cost to victims and families that would be avoided. And I hope that the government's new £15 million three-year transformation fund will recognise the long-term benefit and value of such and similar preventative measures. As I said earlier, the Istanbul Convention is about more than just the UK, and part of what we are here today to debate is the global dimension of violence against women and girls. On average, just over a third of women worldwide have experienced physical or sexual violence at some point in their lives, and in some countries this figure increases to 70%. Now, it is easy to be overwhelmed by the sheer enormity of suffering around this issue. The world is now more uncertain, with constantly changing threats, and we so often feel powerless to alleviate the devastating impact of war and internal conflict that we see all too recently in places like Aleppo. But it is therefore heartening to be reminded that the UK has played such a leading role in promoting international action to tackle violence against women and girls wherever it occurs. And we can take heart from the progress that has been made in recent years and the efforts of the government to move this issue up the international agenda. The momentum generated by the 2014 Girls' Summit demonstrated how significant UK leadership can be in promoting change. Over 490 signatories were secured for the Girls' Summit Charter on ending female genital mutilation and child early and forced marriage. Following the summit, 18 governments in Africa, the Middle East and South Asia have made commitments to end these practices. National governments in Brazil, Bangladesh, Ethiopia, Nepal and Zambia show the model was successful in spurring national politicians and civil society to action. And it is important that we continue to support these initiatives to ensure that commitments made on paper are translated into practical action on the ground. I wish to briefly highlight two other areas where the UK is pioneering new approaches and leading the way globally. The first is tackling human trafficking. Adult women account for almost half of all human trafficking victims globally, and women and girls together account for around 70%. The Modern Slavery Act has made the UK a global leader, and we must now use that position to work internationally to achieve the UN target to eradicate this practice by 2030. Preventing sexual violence in conflict is the second area where the UK has made substantial progress. Following the global summit held in London in June 2014, the UK has committed over £30 million to support projects in Bosnia, Iraq, Kosovo, the DRC and others. And the UK's team of experts have been deployed more than 80 times overseas, where they provide training on how to document and prosecute crimes of sexual violence, how to support survivors and protect civilians from human rights violations. And the Department for International Development has both galvanised the international community and provided significant financial resources to tackle violence against women and girls. It now has 23 major programmes with a total budget of £184 million. The Independent Commission on Aid Impact reviewed this work earlier this year, and I'm pleased to say gave it its highest rating, something we should all be extremely proud of in this House. Now, as a man, I might say that I wish to speak today because I'm a husband, a brother and a father. But I wish to contribute simply as a human being, moved to speak by the existence of this abhorrent practice that shames our common humanity. These are global problems that will need international solutions, different in different jurisdictions. I pay tribute to the government and its predecessor for the decisive leadership they have shown on many of these matters. It is important that we continue to build on their landmark achievements. The Istanbul Convention offers us a clear opportunity to once again demonstrate our commitment to upholding the rights of women and girls, both in this country and also way beyond our borders. And I am confident that the government recognise this opportunity and will act as soon as is possible. I commend the member for Banff and Buchan once again for her leadership in bringing this bill before the House today, and I will be supporting it in future.
Michelle Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I aim to be fairly brief today. First of all, I'd like to commend and thank my honourable friend for indeed bringing this bill forward. I thought she spoke most eloquently. I did, however, just briefly want to reference the speech I made last week and just give some thanks, if I could. First of all, to the Speaker's office and Madam Deputy Speaker as well, who were very supportive of me, and also to my friend and colleague, the member for Kirkcaldy and Cowden Beath, who has been a great support to me over recent.
I'm undeserving of any praise, but I want to say that the inspiration you have given has led my wife 3 days ago to talk for the first time of her sexual abuse at the age of only 6 years. And it is a great tribute to the Honourable Lady that she's done so much for so many people.
Hear, hear. Thank you very much for that. But of course, again, I made my position very clear. It's not about this individual here. It was about wider women who, and indeed men, who have also been affected by sexual or physical violence. And last weekend, I spent most of the weekend personally answering the literally hundreds of emails I got. And it was, in essence, truly humbling, because people, for the first time, were writing their own stories and sharing their own stories. And one phrase jumped out at me that somebody said that they recognise that black burden that shadows a survivor's back. And I thought we need to keep that at the forefront of our minds at all times. This is why we have debates about this, about legislature and so on, because it's about our driving need, our leadership. And I commend the Honourable Member for Salisbury in offering his perspective on that. Is this leadership and this driving need for change that we must keep at the forefront of our minds all of the time. And I would again challenge the Minister that warm words, whilst incredibly welcome about a spirit of intent, We're at the point we're looking for hard, specific dates by when something will be done, because we need to send a resonance to the wider world that this is unacceptable. Our culture in many areas of the UK is completely unacceptable. And if one thing I learned last weekend, reading all these emails, was the extent to which these stories go unheard. And so again, I would say thank you for everybody who's supported me, and I wanted to put it officially in the record. And finally, to all those agencies who day in, day out, week in, week out, month in, month out, give their support to people who are in the most difficult of circumstances. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Rebecca Harris.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd also like to give my congratulations and gratitude to the Honourable Lady for Bamford Buck for bringing this debate today, and I'm pleased to see that I'm supporting this bill, and I'm pleased that the government will be supporting this bill, not because I think this government is insufficiently committed to this agenda, but because I think it will set an example to other countries as well by us ratifying this in due course. And I think this government has done an enormous amount in the last few years to combat violence against women and children, in both domestically and abroad. And I was very pleased to hear the Honourable Lady from Birmingham Yardsley even saying that this government had done a great deal in this area. As one of the toughest opponents of this government, praise from her, because we're probably not doing too badly at all. But that is not to say we should not get in any way complacent, either with the work we do with tackling violence abroad or domestically. Because as we know, 2 women are murdered every week in this country by their partner or their ex-partner, and one of those was sadly my constituent last year, Kelly Pearce. And whenever I am asked by a journalist or a member of the public how I fear for my own safety after the horrendous murder of Jo Cox, I always reply to them that statistically I am still more at risk as a woman from a partner or an ex-partner in this country, which is a fact that we cannot, I think, stress enough. Now, the Honourable Member for Shipley was very eloquent about the need for gender balance and equality, but I think even he will recognise, actually, from experience of sexual violence as a constituency MP, that it puts an enormous strain, this particular form of violence, domestic abuse, puts an enormous strain on our police, our social care services, our health system. It hurts our economy, and above all, it's damaging to the lives of those women and, in turn, their children. So if this was looked at purely in the economic and social effects as a crime, there is an argument for the government doing much more tackling violence and its wider social costs. Now, over the past 12 months, I've taken part in the Excellent Police Parliamentary Scheme, which has been a real eye-opener into the workings of Essex Police and the incredible work they do day to day. And I've worked with various departments, including Operation Juno, which is part of Essex Police Domestic Violence Unit. Essex Police handles more than 90 domestic abuse calls every day. Essex County Council suggests that the real picture of domestic abuse is likely to be closer to 125,000 incidents a year. The majority of these, of course, are not reported to anyone. Unfortunately, while we've made significant inroads into breaking down stigma attached to domestic violence, stigma still exists, which is why I'm very pleased that the Juno teams are investigating every single allegation brought to them of domestic violence and are doing incredibly well in successfully identifying the perpetrators. This has led to a huge increase in the number of people being charged for domestic violence and sexual abuse. Now, I have no doubt that much of this is due to the legislative changes that we brought in this House, whether it's about coercive control, the stalking legislation, Clare's law, or revenge pornography. But it is also down to the fact that the increase in resources Essex Police and other services committed to this area. Essex Police have invested significantly in media awareness campaigns, they've created specialist units, and they've incorporated domestic abuse into the force's performance framework. There's also been investment in training and communication so that officers and support staff are aware of their responsibilities when it comes to protecting vulnerable victims and survivors, including they've even created a manual. But Essex Police acknowledge they cannot end domestic abuse in Essex solely by themselves, which is why they're working very closely with other organisations, including Essex County Council, with some fantastic awareness campaigns. And I'd love to draw members of the House's attention to the Change Project, which is being run jointly by Essex County Council, the Essex Police, Thurrock and Southend Councils, the NHS and the Change Project, which is a social media campaign aimed at encouraging abusers to reflect on their behaviour. And the Honourable Member for Shipley will be very pleased to know that there are many examples in this campaign of asking women abusers to reflect on their abuse towards male and female perpetrators, so it is very gender balanced, but it is a superb campaign which is having real results, and I'd like to commend it while I am here in the House. I think we should all be very pleased that more victims are coming forward to report domestic violence in this country, and numbers being up in that regard should not be seen as a sign of failure in this country, but the fact that we are getting the message across and the way the police is operating is meaning more and more people are willing to come forward. But I'd just also like to cover the matter of domestic abuse in the workplace, which remains a serious problem. And about 75% of people who endure domestic violence are also targeted at work. It might be harassment via phone or text or stalking outside the workplace or even turning up at the place of work. Now, domestic violence in the workplace makes it very difficult for employees to get to work sometime as well. So this can mean that, for example, for injuries that they want to hide or the perpetrator has perhaps taken their car keys or money or work documents. And workplaces need to understand better the problems that their staff could be suffering in terms of domestic abuse, which may actually be causing them not to be able to fulfil their work duties. And too often we hear of victims of domestic abuse actually losing their jobs because it's not understood and not recognised at work, which actually leaves them more vulnerable and more isolated. Which is why I thought I'd draw attention to members of this House and might be interested to know that as a result of an initiative by Elizabeth Filkin, the House of Commons is actually running a joint initiative with the organisations Inclusive Employers and the Corporate Alliance Against Domestic Violence to actually raise awareness among employers of the issues and how to tackle domestic abuse in their workplace, which I was very pleased to discover. Now, I've been cautious to be as fast as possible because I know we're short on time, but I would just like to end by saying I know this government is serious about tackling this problem, and I hope its continued commitment will to tackle this problem, and the changes we're making are rapidly making life better for women who suffer domestic abuse, and I'm meaning they report it more confidently in future.
Margaret Greenwood.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I'd like to congratulate the member for Banff Buchan for bringing this bill to the House, which is indeed tremendously important. I'd like to pay particular attention to the issue of domestic violence in relation to women with disabilities. The Istanbul Convention's comprehensive nature is welcome. The Convention requires states to take all necessary measures to protect all victims from any further acts of violence. That means properly funded support through refuges, health and social care, legal and psychological counselling, financial assistance, housing, education, training and assistance in finding employment. In the case of domestic violence, access to specialist services is vital. According to the charity Women's Aid, over the past 4 years in England, there has been a reduction in bed spaces in refuges of over 200, to a current estimation of 3,639. The estimated capacity requirement is at least 5,000 spaces. Furthermore, it also reports that local authorities' commissioners frequently favour non-specialist generic providers who may not provide the expert support needed for survivors. The need for specialist services is particularly acute in the case of disabled women, who are by nature of their disability more vulnerable and may face greater challenges in seeking help. It has been estimated that disabled women are twice as likely to experience domestic violence than non-disabled women, which is a shocking statistic. Disabled women are also likely to experience abuse over a longer period of time and to suffer more severe injuries as a result of the violence, often because of the difficulty of escaping and of finding alternative accommodation. It's likely that overall rates of domestic abuse are much higher than reported, and that the rates of domestic abuse experienced by disabled people similarly are much higher than reported. Generally, studies have highlighted that the risk factors for experiencing domestic abuse are lower educational attainment, unemployment and poverty. And yet, of course, we also know that this is something suffered by people of all genders and all class. Domestic violence is caused by one person's desire to exert power and control over their partner. Disabled people are likely to be more physically vulnerable to abuse and less able to protect themselves. Abusers can include carers, whether a partner, family member or paid carer. Often the disability or impairment is exploited by the abuser. Domestic abuse of a disabled person can take specific forms, such as a partner might withhold vital care, medication or food. They may remove or damage equipment, such as sensory or mobility aids, in order to limit the person's independence. If someone has a visual impairment or mobility problems, a partner may create obstacles around the home. The abuser may claim disability benefits on her behalf and then limit her access to funds. And the abuser may use her disability to criticise or humiliate her or threaten to tell social services that she is not fit to live alone. I will indeed give way.
Lady, she raises a very important issue around, critically, the person controlling finance. And in supporting the bill today, members will support specifically disabled women who require that support in terms of the social and economic impact of domestic abuse.
The gentleman makes indeed a really important point. It can be much more difficult for someone who is disabled to communicate what they are suffering and also escape from their abuser. People who have severe sensory, cognitive or communication impairments or mental health issues may have particular difficulty communicating that they have been abused. Disabled people may be more socially isolated as a result of their disability and more dependent on their partner or other carers. And of course, this can often include older people. Where a partner is her carer, a disabled woman may have fewer chances to attend medical or other appointments alone and therefore have fewer opportunities to tell somebody in confidence about the abuse. The Government has allocated funding for early intervention in cases of domestic abuse. In the case of disabled people, it is important to recognise that it may be especially difficult for someone to come forward and report abuse for practical reasons or for the abuse to come to light at an early stage. Some disabled women may feel particularly nervous about leaving their partner if they have had special adaptations to their home. They may also worry about who will care for them if they move away, or about a change to their care package in a new area that could leave them with less support. Women with disabled children may also be hesitant in seeking help because of concerns about the child's health care and the emotional impact that leaving their home may have on the child. That is why it's important that funding is not cut for domestic refugees by capping local housing allowances for people who use them. After leaving refuge providers with great uncertainty whilst carrying out a prolonged review, the Government has at last announced that refugees will be exempt from the local housing allowance cap on housing benefit rates for those in social housing until 2019, when the new funding model comes in. I would urge the Government to work closely with specialist providers like Refuge and Women's Aid to design the system, which will be introduced after 29, to give particular attention to the needs of disabled women, and I would urge too the Government to ratify the Istanbul Convention.
Mike Freer.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. First of all, can I thank the Honourable Member for Banff and Buchan for bringing forward this private member's bill, and I'm pleased to say that I shall be supporting it. Can I also start by commending the work of the Home Office, not least because every time I've raised specific issues to do with domestic violence, specifically to do with LGBT or orthodox religious groups, I found that the Prime Minister, when she was Home Secretary, was not just on the button but also drove through significant change. And also my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State for International Development. And I have to say that that department has been at the forefront globally on tackling the issue of women and girls, especially violence to women and girls. And I do believe that by ratifying the Convention, it allows us to tackle a major problem, a major social issue across the whole of the world. But I wanted to speak on a particular issue as Chairman of the All-Party Group on HIV/AIDS. HIV/AIDS remains the biggest killer of women and girls of reproduction age. And yet within that we often don't talk about the consequences of sexual violence against women, because often the taboo of sexual violence against women has a hidden taboo, and that's the HIV infection caused by that forced sexual violence of rape or just coercion. The stigma and silence can compound that desire for secrecy. And I want to focus on that particular issue because while sexual violence is vastly underrepresented as an HIV risk, it is an important risk that we need to talk about, because sexual violence and coercion may increase the susceptibility to HIV insofar as non-consensual sex is associated with increased risk through vaginal and anal trauma. And I make no apology for using rather crude and what some people might see as rather distasteful references to vaginal and anal penetration. And I say it for effect because too often we use euphemisms in this place when actually we forget about the real trauma that's involved and the actual pain and suffering that is involved. And the incidence and prevalence of sexual violence, including mass rape, increases the likelihood of STIs and HIV. Because it may only require a very small internal or external genital injury to facilitate transmission. And I say that again is because it's important that we actually call the issue out for what it is. This isn't a slap. This isn't something that we see semi-glorified on soaps. This is something that has to be tackled in detail and in some gruesome detail if we are genuinely to understand the life-changing and irreversible changes to the women that are affected by sexual violence. And if it is going to be a major risk, we have to tackle it on that rape is a weapon of war. Too often in this place we talk about the jets and the bombs, and we forget to talk about one of the biggest weapons of war that is used across the globe, and that is rape. And it isn't just in war zones, in those unstable regions, unstable villages, that the decreased security contributes to a higher prevalence of opportunistic sexual violence. And given those high levels of sexual violence occurring in conflict-affected countries, we have to recognise that HIV is an unspoken impact of that sexual violence. And there is a growing body of evidence to suggest that even when the war is over, that sexual violence and the ramifications does not disappear. Even when the peace agreements are signed, the sexual violence continues. Because it's not just rape as being a weapon of war. It is when women are seeking to put food on the table. It is when women are seeking to get safe passage from a village under bombardment that they may have to trade their body to get through, to get food, to get clothing, to get to a place of safety. And that is rape in every single sense. And I have to say to this House that that level of violence is underreported, and it is something that we need to call out. I realise that we are short of time and other people may well want to talk, but I wanted to talk about that particular issue of HIV, because rape in many of these countries, a woman who is raped and violated suffers from stigma. A woman that is raped and violated and HIV positive is even more isolated, is even more stigmatised, and often thrown out and isolated, not just from their family, but from their villages and their communities. And if we are going to break that cycle of sexual violence and HIV infection, then we have to ratify this convention and send a message today that we want to see it done quickly. Thank you.
Gavin Newlands.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm grateful to be able to contribute on the subject of the ratification of the Istanbul Convention, and I'd like to start by congratulating my honourable friend from Banff-and-Buchan for bringing this particular bill forward. Naturally, Madam Deputy Speaker, I was disappointed not to be successful in the ballot myself, but I'm delighted that my honourable friend has used her opportunity for this extremely important issue, a cause that I've been campaigning on since being elected. Women's Aid, the White Ribbon Campaign, Zero Tolerance and many, many others have all played an important part in this cause, and we owe them our thanks. But I also want to pay particular attention to IC Change, Becca, Rachel and Robin. And if I was allowed to say this, Madam Deputy Speaker, I would say they were in the gallery today watching proceedings, but I'm not allowed to say that, so I won't. But I'd like to thank them and the other volunteers from IC Change, as they've worked extremely hard, held a series of lobby sessions and pestered every member in this House to ensure that they're aware of this convention and the positive effect that its ratification would have on tackling violence against women. Now, tackling violence against women and girls is not a party political issue, and as long as violence against women and girls occurs in our society, we should be united in our pursuit in ending said violence. We need to recognise that domestic abuse is deep-rooted in the societal inequality between men and women are far, far more likely to experience domestic abuse. Which brings me to the honourable member for Shipley. Madam Deputy Speaker, I rarely agree with him. In fact, sometimes I question whether or not I'm from the same species as the honourable member. But he brought up domestic violence perpetrated on, or violence perpetrated on men. And all violence is shameful. But I have to say to him that the vast majority of the violence perpetrated on men is by men, which is the point of today's proceedings. I would hope also that the honourable member's attitude is not shared by as many as he thinks outside this chamber. But like every decent-minded person, I want to live in a world where no one has to live with the fear of violence hanging over them. But it sickens me that so many women live in a house where violence is the norm. Violence against women and girls happens primarily at home and is largely hidden. Yes, I'll give way.
Grateful for my honourable friend for giving way. The honourable member for Banff-Buchan referred to women's refuge services earlier, and as an ambassador for Inverness Women's Aid, I've seen the great work that they do in helping women get back on track. Does he agree with me that the refuges throughout the UK should be protected in the way that was described earlier?
Absolutely. I couldn't agree with my honourable friend more. We've heard many instances of the support that refugees offer, and I'm pleased to say I support my local refugees and, in fact, a new local charity that's building a new refuge in Renfrewshire, I should say, in Jubilee House. But his point's well made. Yep.
On the point of refuges, and given where we are in the year and we're coming upon the Christmas period, I'm sure my honourable friend will agree with me. It is at Christmas time that we see most domestic violence occurring at home. And can we wish all women and young girls who are watching this a very safe Christmas at this time, and all the refugees all the support that they will need to deal with what we know is likely to happen over this time.
Absolutely. My honourable friend makes a fantastic point. And it's a point I made last year before Christmas in highlighting the incidence of increased incidence of abuse around Christmas time. So the honourable member's point is well made, and I completely agree with what she said. The stark reality is as we've heard already, a third of women will face violence in their lifetime, and that's the reality that's motivated me in working towards ending the violent sexual and psychological abuse that too many women still face in their lifetime. The Istanbul Convention aims to tackle violence against women on a number of fronts and covers such areas as prevention, protection, support, monitoring and persecution. But crucially, it establishes a link between achieving equality between men and women and eradicating violence against women. As long as the structural and systemic inequalities of power and objectification of women persist, that abuse will continue. That's why I'm particularly keen on Article 14 of the Convention, which stresses the importance of education. This clause states that all governments should include teaching materials on issues such as equality between women and men, non-stereotyped gender roles, mutual respect, non-violent conflict resolution in interpersonal relationships, gender-based violence against women and the right to personal integrity. Now, I'm passionate about this point and believe that it provides an ideal opportunity to introduce a coherent, structured and consistent prevention programme in our schools, as I think this is the real missing link in the gender-based violence chain in the UK. Very briefly.
To his excellent speech. And would you agree with me that the key problem here is really about men, obviously men perpetrating violence, and there's a key responsibility on all of us who are men and obviously women to talk with other men how that it's completely unacceptable to use violence and abuse towards women, and they must rise to the plate and speak out, become ambassadors to White Ribbon and otherwise, and actually preach not just to the unconverted and to the ignorant men who are continuing in our land and across the world to perpetrate this unnecessary violence.
I couldn't agree more, but I don't know if he was addressing his point to the Honourable Member for Shipley when he was saying that, but he mentions White Ribbon, and he's right to bring it up, and the very way of doing as he just said is to make the White Ribbon Pledge, and I would urge all members of this House to take that White Ribbon Pledge. His points were made.
Give way.
Very briefly.
My honourable friend and congratulate him and his colleague in bringing forward this bill. But would he agree with me that in so doing the government needs to bring forward the ratification of this convention as quickly as possible to prevent further incidents of abuse against women, as the one that took place against my constituent 2 weeks ago, where she has been left on a life support machine?
Shameful. I couldn't agree more. It's a shameful story that my colleague has just has just spoken of. But that's the important thing about this bill that my honourable friends introduced, is that it forces the government to actually take this action, which throughout the piece they've promised to do at some point, but haven't actually found the energy to do so, which I'll come on to in a moment. But as I was talking about Article 14 and education, it also sets out how these principles should be embedded in more informal education facilities like sports club, cultural centres and leisure facilities. And this is neither where the White Ribbon campaign, which stresses the positive role that men can play in ending gender-based violence, are working hard and delivering training sessions on this very subject. They also use male ambassadors to act as role models to young boys. But if we can eliminate sexist behaviour at an early age and engender a deeper sense of respect in boys, we can, I believe, help prevent some of them from turning to more devastating gender-based violence later in life. Now, the UK Government signed up to the Istanbul Convention, but the response to ratifying the Convention is now long overdue. It's been just under a year since I first wrote to the then Home Secretary, now Prime Minister, urging her to ratify the Convention. This letter was co-signed by more than 10 organisations and urged the Government to introduce a series of preventative policies which would allow us to take effective action. Excuse me, effective action against the violence that 1 in 3 women face in a lifetime. Unfortunately, I have to say we received a fairly weak response from the Home Secretary, and I've continued to receive a disappointing response from the Government after every call that I've made on this issue. The Government signed up to the Convention in 2012, and since then 22 countries have ratified the Convention, whereas the UK have been left behind. The average time taken to ratify the Convention has been just over 2 years, but the UK has so far taken 4 years and 6 months. This delay alone should shame the Government into action and ensure that the Convention is ratified as soon as possible. Madam Deputy Speaker, violence against women is not a women's issue. As the Honourable Member for Salisbury said, it's a societal issue. As men, it's our responsibility to ensure that women and girls don't have to face this violence. The White Ribbon All-Party Parliamentary Group, which I co-chair, stresses the positive role that men can play by helping to challenge the sexist attitudes and behaviours that far too many men still hold. White Ribbon are also active supporters of the Convention, as I said earlier on. This House and wider society uniting against the violence that affects too many women is extremely important. Those who are in a violent relationship deserve us to work together in the pursuit to end this violence, and we shouldn't forget the power of this place. Passing this bill sends a strong message to the thousands of women and girls who have experienced domestic abuse that they're not alone and that we stand with them. It also says to the perpetrators of domestic, sexual and psychological abuse that the violence is completely unacceptable and they will be held to account. So let's unite around this bill and play our part in changing history for women and girls for the better.
Helen Whately.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Before I became a Member of Parliament, one of the things that I did as a volunteer was working in a homeless outreach service, spending time late at night usually, finding people who were going to be sleeping rough that night and seeing if we could help get them into some kind of shelter, a safe place to spend the night. One of the most memorable nights doing that was meeting a lady sleeping rough on the steps of a church in Brixton. And as we took her to a shelter, asking her about her circumstances, her telling me that she was married but she had fled her home that night because she was frightened of staying at home because of what her partner might do to her, that she was frightened for her life, and that she felt safer sleeping on the steps of a church, a closed church, in a dark and frightening park in Brixton. She felt safer sleeping rough that night than spending the night at home under her own roof. And to me, that brought home very strongly, forcefully, the enormous, very sort of present threat in somebody's life of violence from their partner, that they could feel safer sleeping rough than in the same house or flat as their partner. And that was just one example to me of what we know and we've been talking about today, the day in, day out abuse in homes, the abuse in what should be a safe place of women, but what we've also spoken about also affects men, affects children, but we do know that predominantly 2/3 of the victims are women and girls rather than men.
So we are rightly focusing particularly on what can be done to help that sector of society, but not overlooking, it's very right that it's been brought up in this debate, that we should be doing something for men at threat of violence as well. Other members have talked about the enormous scale of this in our society. And knowing that I think I'm short of time, I won't reiterate the figures about the over 1 million women who are subjected to domestic abuse every year in the UK. But I do want to put in record that I therefore welcome this debate that we're having it today, and I would like to congratulate the member for Banff and Buchan in bringing this bill forward and all the work that she's put into this and the support that she has garnered. And how important this is here in the UK and in Europe and the world to be talking about this and shifting some of the cultural norms that so often underpin domestic violence, trying to change the childhood experiences that can lead to this becoming a way that somebody may behave as an adult, to think that the way to solve a problem is through violence rather than any other means. I will indeed give way.
Thank the lady for giving way, and she talks about scale, and I have to say, since I've been elected, I have been very shocked at the scale and indeed severity of some of the cases that have come to me, including a constituent who had a child murdered by her partner and who had to change her name and move a number of times. And does she agree with me that refugees and women's aid organisations like my one in West Lothian need this bill to give them the legislative framework and the power and the resource so they can continue to do their work and up the ante?
The honourable member for her intervention. I too will be supporting this bill. And on the point of the importance of local refuges and local services, I would like to mention a service in my own constituency, the Swale Action to End Domestic Abuse, which provides one-stop shops and drop-ins for people who have been infected or suffering from domestic abuse. And the success that they have had in reducing the levels of repeat domestic abuse incidences in the area. Now, sadly, that's reducing the repeat rather than reducing it in the first place, but it is certainly a step forwards. Another paradoxical point that we've heard today about progress is actually that one sign of progress is the increased reporting of domestic abuse and the increased level of convictions. So though increases in data might not seem like a good thing, actually, paradoxically, that is a good thing and it's a sign of progress. And I think I may have run out of time, so thank you.
Speaker, I put.
The question is that the question be now put. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Division. Clear the lobby. Order. The question is that the bill be now read a second time. No, it isn't. The question is that the question be now put. As many as that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Aye. Tellers for the ayes, Marion Fellows and Alan Campbell. Tellers for the noes, Philip Davies and David Nuttall. Lots of doors. Order! Order!
The ayes to the right, 133. The noes to the left, 2.
Order! Order! Before we take matters any further, there's absolutely no need to clap. There is a need for members to express their great pleasure at something that has happened about which they are joyful. But that's it. Who said hear, hear? That's the way to do it. Please, something of those lines. Thank you. Right. The ayes to the right, 133. The noes to the left, 2. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Allah.
Just in. No,
The question is that the bill be now read a second time.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time. As many as are of that opinion, say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Division, clear the lobby. Order! The question is that the bill be now read a second time. As many as that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Tellers for the ayes, Owen Thompson and Alan Campbell. Tellers for the noes, Philip Davies and Christopher Chope. Lock the doors. Order! Order!
The ayes to the right, 135. The noes to the left, 2.
The ayes to the right, 135. The noes to the left, 2. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. And may I say how delighted I am to see members waving their order papers instead of putting their hands together. Progress, progress. Thank you.